Hey everybody, this is T.S. Madison, and if you are trying to grow your business, brand, or product, why not advertise with me? Email me at booktsmadison@gmail.com so that you can get in on our comprehensive advertisement packages. Unique visits, unique subscribers, honey, a broad demographic. Advertise with me today. Quit talking and listen. Get over to my Patreon right now so that you can receive some exclusive content from the TS herself. Who you said? The TS. Patreon is filled with one-on-one exclusive content behind the scenes. You can even chat with me in there, me and you. It's just me and you. So get to www.patreon.com/TS Madison Hinton, and you'll be glad you did. I promise. You ain't gonna have no other choice but to see me because I'm in everything.
There it is,
you ain't
right
gonna
there.
have no other choice but to see me because I'm in everything and everywhere.
Ooh.
I'm in film, television, streaming, music, bitch, and pornography.
Damn.
Bye. It's morning, and we slept the night away. Ooh. The best part of waking up is a little Maddie in your cup. Good morning, everybody. I'm finna be real controversial this morning. Bitch, the cold leaving me. Oh, thank you, Jesus. This is the Maddie in the Morning Show. And the views and opinion expressed on this program are mine. The TS makes motherfucking noise, too. This show is a comedic safe space to talk about the things from the night before. Time is R. Kelly down there to the people's telling the people that he gonna tell on everybody. They need to put R. Kelly out there in the Squid Games. Run, nigga. You have been a detriment to your community. You know, gay folks work for me, man. That is disgusting. Light gossip, but heavy thinking throughout the day. The crates, you colored people is dumb. E.T. boy, no. I don't care whatever happens to Candace, but bless her heart. The premise of this show is to be an unfiltered, unadulterated, opinionated show from the perspective of Miss T.S. Madison. We don't all got to get the along, because I don't get along with you, with a lot of you black motherfuckers, because you black motherfuckers don't get along with my black ass, bitch. So respect my gangster right now. The show is filled with regular folks, celebrity guests, and your round-the-way girls, honey.
Stop pushing your children away because of their gender or their sexual preferences.
I just want to know where you found this wig at.
Don't you do this to me. We're both sitting up here looking like women with shortcuts, so don't you ever cut this whole out. We also have Mo, the engineer, who gives the straight perspective.
Deuce tie.
What the Hell? This is an LBGTQ show that's curated and created by us for you. I do understand as black people that we have a high rate of things that we need to worry about. We're not going to disrespect her, but we're going to read her. I don't want the government telling me what I can't do to my own body.
Right.
We are all God's creation, but we are not all his children. See, the problem is you hoes have issues and problems with us coming from the shadows. As long as we're in the shadows, y'all are right. We are millionaires, bitch. We are artists. We are contributors to the situation. It's morning, and we slept the night away. Shout out at the song I want to sing. It's Maddie in the morning, 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 Maddie in the morning. What? Wait, honey, it's 9 o'clock somewhere. Get in here and watch the damn show. And you do know that fags mean popular hot ass gossip.
That's right. It's a homonym.
It's right. Popular hot ass gossip. And we're two Popular hot ass gossipers. Bitch, when them hoes get on those large platforms, on those breakfast clubs, and on those D.L. Hughley shows that reach millions, you fucking right, I'm going to hold on. I got to make sure I get the right sound correct before you, because I'm going to have,
girl, fuck them signs.
I'm going to have you repeat that. If that was written, nobody can write shit for motherfucking me, ho. They may write on that Instacart app that you go in there and pick up those eggs, those apples, and those grapes, bitch, and you drop it off to their motherfucking door. They may write that on the app so that you can do that. Hey y'all, this is T.S. Madison. We need you to come out and join us for some good old hot, nasty fun for the Maddie in the Morning Show live at the City Winery. And baby, listen, it is going to be lit. And oh honey, ain't no Maddie in the Morning Show live without some good old nasty fag talk. Ain't that right, Craig?
You better know it, bitch. Get over to fagtalk.com and get your tickets. You can get the tickets for the April 24th show, May 22nd, June 19th, July 5th, or August 14th. Or come to all of the motherfuckers.
That's what you gotta do, honey. Don't meet us there, bitch. Beat us there.
But that counts. Girl, what is this, plum burgundy or what?
This is 99J. It's 99J. Honey, the cunt said, I never thought I'd see a time of you and me. So far away from home. Yes, so far away from me. And I think of all the that I see. And all the trade that beaver did on me. And I don't.
Wait, what? Wait, what she say? One more time. Do it again. One more time.
I'll make it something. I'll make it us to get back together. Whether or never. I'm wishing on a star.
Look, you know that little low part where you're like,
listen, y'all don't understand that everybody that listens to music waits for the part.
yes,
Like Mariah. But you know,
right.
You about to rile up the Mariah fans.
honey, I don't want the lambs coming after me.
Right, you about to have the lambs after you.
I don't want the lambs after me, honey. I need the silence of the lamb.
Right. And see, I want to go see Toni Braxton, but see, she do all of that mumbling and shit too.
Oh, I need listen.
He always wait till we get started to be.
He be trying to let Steven have it, but Steven said
Is that what he doing?
he be trying to. Oh
Or he trying to get picked up by one of the viewers?
no, he's trying to let Steven have it.
He didn't want to come on the camera.
Is it possible that we can have the hair on my fall this way and not have it like on my shoulders like this? Because I'm a real woman. I'm not one of those punks that have to have hair hiding their shoulder blades.
Really, That's why they put their
Those punks be having their hair hiding their shoulder blades because they be slightly clocky. Like that woman we seen in that bathroom the other day, who I said needed a shoulder cover. Cause see, I can listen. Excuse me. I can halter top. Very sure about the situation. If I can turn back time, if I can find my way, how hurt you. I don't know what the fuck she's saying.
Right.
Very, very Toni Braxton is, but
Very much.
I love Tony though.
I do. Like, Tony is that girl.
I love her
love
music,
Tony.
but I don't want to see her in concert. Braxton.
Don't do that. We're going to be talking about the Breaks and Girls shortly. Murder, you combed the hair behind my back.
Because they were
instead
tearing
of
them
putting it
up
to the
under that
front.
post.
Yes. So I can lean back. Well, it's not. See, my shoulders are still bare. You were trying to flare it out like this. I'm not a white girl. I'm African American.
I've never done a white girl's hair.
Why you look at me?
I didn't want to.
I just want to let y'all know. Oh,
What?
he said he didn't want to offend you.
Who?
You.
Who didn't want to offend me?
Jameson.
About what?
You know, he knows how you try to claw into white girls' backs. And he didn't want you to start that white girl shit today.
See.
Because she gets offended. Girls, I want y'all to listen. In the words of Maleficent, listen well. We had the most spectacular time Wednesday, April the 24th. Like, we if you didn't come out to the show,
You missed out.
You missed out. We had a spectacular. I mean, we had a time. Mo had the tightest pants on I ever seen in my life. It was ass and nuts everywhere. Do you hear me?
Don't do that.
The crowd screamed every time Mo hit the stage because it was ass
That's
and
not
nuts
true.
everywhere.
That's
and I
not
was
true.
able to let the crowd know this is how he comes to work, trying to seduce the punks and scream straight. And it's okay because that's how they straight bait.
Really? Really, man?
Give me your coins. I know what you like to see, nuts and eyes.
Oh Lord, that's not true.
I know what you
That's
punks
not
like
true.
to see, nuts and eyes.
That's not true.
But I want to tell y'all that we had such an amazing time. And for all of you that came out, I want to thank you immensely from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you so much for making the residency fun. I want you to share that stuff with your friends. Coming up soon, we're going to be doing a raffle. I think we have 20 giveaway tickets. From my understanding, I was talking to Trent. We have 20 giveaway tickets that we're going to be raffling off. We have 4 shows left before we either renew or we get busy, whatever it is. Okay. We had such a great time. All the people that came out, and even in the audience, there was some people that came out that challenged Craig, which we'll talk about on the Fag Talk.
Because girl, they already in the comments. So tell us about Craig almost getting jumped. Craig didn't almost get jumped.
No, Craig didn't. He definitely was verbally jumped because there were people. There's some individuals that came out that drove Teslas, and Craig talks about calling in black folks that support white folks that don't like coloreds. So we had those types of comments. It's just like stuff that I really wish we would have taped, but if we tape the show, then y'all going to be waiting on the tapes to come out. So
Right.
you just got to come out.
Right.
Yeah, Craig was challenged, and I like it. And he and the guy that challenged him took a very great picture. We don't have the photograph.
I can
Send
dig it
all the
up.
photographs so that we can talk about it
Yeah.
when we get into the fag
Yeah.
talk section. We had such a great time. We want to thank Skin Potion. Skin Potion came out. If you guys left the show on Wednesday, you got a gift bag. I know some of you had some everything. I put some of the everything samples in the bag, and the Skin Potion. You had some Skin Potion stuff. Listen, we had a time. We had a time at the show, and we had a time after.
Yeah.
Baby, we left that show. We had a time after. Mo, did you come with us after the show?
No, I had to work.
Yeah,
wake
you
up in
missed
the
out.
morning.
Don't miss this one.
Okay.
We had a good time. We went to Octopus. We had a good time. Like, we had a really good time. Skin Potion took care of us greatly.
And the bill.
We just gonna leave it at that. They took care of us greatly. Skin Potion handled us. I really want you to know Skin Potion is a avid supporter of T.S. Madison, avid supporter of the T.S. Madison brand. I'm an avid supporter of T.S. Madison. Of Skin Potion. They also gave me a magnificent. They gave the core girls a bag. Me, Craig, and Miss Mary. Sorry, G. Sorry, Mo. Sorry, Jameson.
It's
that
cool.
y'all didn't get y'all bag.
Maybe ours is on delay right now.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, we said the core girls. So
Who girl?
the core girls. The immediate girls. The working organism. If we weren't there, there would be no there. Girls.
See,
Yes.
see,
Yes.
I don't even do all of that.
You like all that, Craig.
Yes.
This is what Craig said to me. And over there cackling. But this is what Craig said to me. So,
Oh God.
Skin Potion provided us provided the immediate girls with this. Oh, look at my hands so ashy, which I'm definitely gonna use some of this
Okay.
stuff now because my hands are in dire straits. Mo, you gonna sit there and let me get?
I didn't see your hands.
You didn't?
I didn't. I didn't. If I saw,
You would have still zoomed in on them, bro. It's okay. So my baby Ray over there at Skin Potion gave me some Dolce and Gabbana glasses. Craig got his Dolce and Gabbana glasses too because my baby Ray said, "Listen, you're a rich bitch. I need you to be rocking rich bitch things because you know I'm very much so of a stretch piece and it don't matter to me. But all my rich bitch friends said, bitch, you need some rich bitch things. So here you go.
I know that's right.
So I got my Dolce and Gabbana shades, bitch, just giving." Bitch, you see that? Listen, it went on my face. It said money right there, bitch. Money, 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 money. That's what it said. You know. Also, they gave me this is not what they gave me, Miss Mary. They gave me unlimited, things of this. This is Kama Sutra. They know I like my Kama Sutra. Hold on. They also bought me a very expensive perfume. I know this came from Tiziana Terenzi. When I can't pronounce it, I know I can't afford it. I'm just telling y'all, when I can't pronounce it, I can't afford it. It's Tiziana Terrazini. Craig, can you bust this open? And it says Libra. Oh my God, it goes by the zodiac. Craig, bust this open for me, please. Of course, I have my cookie butter.
That cookie butter is amazing.
Oh my God, that cookie butter. I have my ambrosia.
I like the new
the packaging.
New packaging.
The cookie butter. I have the ambrosia. I have more cookie butter. And I love the way that they put the QR code. This is what I had to make Method do to my
Your
to my
perfume.
stuff. Yes, cookie butter. Yes, ambrosia. And then I like the travel things because I keep these in my purse when I'm on set. When I'm doing drag race or whatever, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't let my hands be ashy on TV. And then I do that. Now here's the perfume that they bought me. I have more stuff, so let me move the Skin Potion. Y'all shop Skin Potion. And listen, when you shop Skin Potion, make sure you shop in T.S. Madison too, because the way Skin Potion layers well with everything is amazing.
Yeah.
Like Skin Potion layers well with it. Oh yes, it's this one. Bitch, this shit here so motherfucking. Oh! This shit here so expensive, honey. I'm so scared. Listen, I'm gonna spray just a tad. Oh. Oh. Let me just stick this back in the box over here. Listen. Oof. Honey, she's potent. Yes, ma'am. She smells good. You gotta use the bathroom?
No.
Oh, it's food.
Yeah.
Miss Mary text you about food?
Yeah. See, I said nothing about a bathroom. You see, look at you.
I don't know, because you be having to go.
Not usually when we live. I say it to the after.
Oh.
Well, before.
You shouldn't. Take your worries with you, honey. So, I'm going to put this back in my bag, my Dolce & Gabbana shade, and I'm about to put on some of this lotion. Y'all know that I told y'all if y'all was at the show that I hadn't been feeling good for the past couple of days. I was like, girl, what is going on, honey? I was like, am I pregnant? Like, I can't be pregnant because I haven't had any penis. I haven't had anybody to fertilize me. So, I couldn't be pregnant. It's impossible for me to be pregnant anyway, but I mean pregnancy in fag terms. Yes, this new hair, I got this hair from Amir. This is my 30. How many inches is this, Jameson? 30 something? Oof. Ooh, this ambrosia. Is the ambrosia? Oh my God. This is why I be smelling so good. See how that ash left? Now, y'all saw how my hands was ashy when they first started, right? Y'all saw how my hands first started out ashy. And bitch, you see what that shit just did? It didn't even fuck off. It didn't take a moment. Gone. Yeah, so please make sure y'all shopping with Skin Potion because bitch, it's the answer. It is the answer. No, what did Mo do with the bag? What Mo did with the? Oh, that's me did. I'm sorry. I'm about to blame Mo anyway. That cookie butter is the answer, ain't it, Craig?
That cookie butter.
Bitch, you rub that cookie butter in between your thighs.
And dark musk. Those are the two I like.
You like dark musk?
Uh-huh.
That's what I told him to get. I told him to give G some dark musk and some sandalwood. Dark musk and sandalwood. Oh, girl, let me tell y'all, girl, since we in that area, girl, I addressed this shit at the live show, bitch. Hold on, y'all. Let me put my shit in the bag. I addressed this shit at the live show, girl, but baby, Craig, did you see them trying to put out that watched the video about me and Martell Hope?
Yes.
I'm like, first of all, and then I went through and read some of the comments. I went through and I read some of the motherfucking comments. And I seen them people down there in the comments telling me something that Martell stooped so low. Craig. He stooped so low. And then someone like, I stoop low. I'm like, yo, first of all, I am T.S. Madison. As long as I've been on the internet, y'all have thought I've been fat, unattractive, bad built, all the things. Y'all have thought about it. Y'all have thought all these things about me, right? And so because y'all have thought all these things about it, y'all have found it impossible for any man to like me or to be attracted. I want y'all to keep that same energy. I want y'all to keep that same energy because one thing about T.S. Madison, I have no interest in being the love interest of any man, I'm not that type of trainee. Bitch, I'm headed to my 50s, okay? Here, Mo, put this in down. I'm headed to my 50s, bitch. I don't want to be that's not what I want. I don't want none of my brand being attached to no man, to no celebrity man, to know this. Even when a nigga be talking to me and asking me questions like, you won't be putting niggas out there, dude. I'm like, nigga, first of all, that just canceled you, me even communicating with you for you even thinking, bitch, that I'm that type of girl that even want your name associated with mine. To even want your name associated. They say he fine though. Yeah, he is fine. But bitch, I mean, yeah, that's not enough more. But
oh yeah, I don't need any. Thank you.
I don't like I don't like no headlines. I don't like that type of shit. You feel me? I'm not that type of trainee. That ain't my swag. I don't give a fuck about no man's coins, about no man's motherfucking stature, no status for me to be trying to hold hands or be trying to be seen or known. The red one, to be seen or known with this motherfucking nigga because you know that makes. First of all, I'm anybody's stock increase, bitch. Let's be real with that. I'm any nigga's stock increase. Any nigga's stock increase, bitch. I'm any nigga's motherfucking bitch upgrade. That's how I feel about fucking me. That's good, Mo. Thank you for saucing it up like that, making it saucy. And so, you know, when I saw that, I laughed at first, and then I saw other people, you know, talking about it because I was like, well, who would even here, Mo, I sent you this stuff. So I sent you that. So possibly what had happened was when I listened to the girl's video who was covering the story. I listened to the girl's video, and in the girl's video, she was saying that I had been spotted out somewhere. And I'm like, first of all, you ain't gonna spot T.S. Madison nowhere. T.S. Madison going to eat. She's going to a business meeting. You know, and if you is spotted out, you see me with my motherfucking security. You see me with my peoples. You see me. You know, you just see me. I don't even be in the streets like that because that's not my swag. Like that's not my thing. Like I'm not no socialite like that. I don't want to be heavy on the scene. I don't know, Craig. You know, Even when we be out and stuff like that, I be trying to be low key in the cut. You got it, Mo?
Yeah, I just
You got
put it in the system.
I be trying to be low key in the cut. I be trying to just chill, you know. I don't even want to be involved in I don't like none of that stuff. All I want to do is make my money. I want to make my motherfucking money. I want to do my thing, and I want to go on about my business. I want to make my check, and I want to go on about my business. When people used to be screaming out that I'm a clout chaser and all that type of stuff, I'm like, girl, bitch, huh? What happened? What?
What happened? Where do you see?
No, I'm just saying,
Oh, okay.
like clout chaser. What? So I was very disappointed, and I hope the person that made the video and started those little small sets of video. That's why I jumped ahead of it, like in moments, because I was like, nah, we not. Let me get ahead of this shit right now, so that this stuff don't be no foolishness or whatever. Because one thing the blogs and one thing the stuff is never gonna do, they're never gonna accept gay magazine. So we gotta give a shout out to Gay Magazine. Except Gay Magazine. You know, the blogs ain't gonna never really post no accomplishments. They ain't never gonna post no what I'm doing. They never gonna really cause that's too positive, and it paints it in a light of that it's actually displayed that I'm doing something. They ain't gonna never post my perfume. They ain't never gonna post none of that shit, and it's okay because I've never needed them to survive anyway. But what I'm always gonna do is I'm always gonna get ahead of them niggas, you know, trying to make a awful headline or make a story around some fuck shit, you know, that have a bitch roller coaster and some stuff to make the cunts feel some type of way. Because the girls already be feeling, some of those girls that already had that feeling and situation against me, anyway, they already be feeling some type of way. Because when I went and read some of the comments, I was like, nigga, like, y'all bitches just heard this shit and y'all run down the street with it. Like, as soon as y'all heard it, y'all run down the street. Like, that's the first thing. As soon go up to the top, bro.
This one?
Yeah. I looked at it, right? And I should have put the girl YouTube channel on there. And I was like, Martell Holt allegedly spotted out with T.S. Madison and will use the LGBTQ member to rebrand himself. I'm not the member, bitch. I'm the president. I'm not a member, bitch. I'm the president. I'm the president, bitch. I'm like, why does it always have to be some space of trash or some space of, you know, where they try to slide me in there or try to slide the girls in there just so that the women that don't pay nothing no attention or just go by every little piece and fragment of shit that they fucking hear definitely be in the space like, yes, well, I was just reading the shit like, yo, y'all gotta get y'all really can't be so just the moment that you hear something,
Believe it.
you believe it. Like the moment. You know, Greg, what you?
I'm sending an email. Let me mute it.
Girl, you is really going over there.
I'm sorry. I muted it. I'm sending an email.
What? Who you sending an email to?
That
Girl, aren't we trying to take Fag Talk to London and Paris?
Well, we'll talk about that during the segment. You know, and so
was a
it's just
serious
like
event.
you see the gullibleness in the folks. You know. Anyway, child, I just wanted to clear that up. Oh, and if y'all did spot me out with anybody, bitch, when you spot me out, the only man that y'all may spot me out with is Mo, is sometimes Jameson. Well, you know that's my white door. They know. Y'all see me with G. You see me and G. Karen on, we said let's terrorize these people real quick with this foolishness right here, honey. Just put these fucking pictures up here. You know, I don't even know how they thought that was the same man. You know, and I was trying to figure out like, well, when did the motherfucker saw me? Because I know the times and the dates when I'm out. Like I know the time and dates when I'm out. I'm like, I said, oh, maybe when we was at the or it could have been when we was at the airport, or it could have been when we was at the when I left the book signing, the RuPaul book sign, and then we went to Copeland's that day, and we was in line, and I was in that black truck, and he got all out the black truck, and it was just it just looked like it was some busy shit going on, you know. I don't know. I was just trying to put my brain in the thing because I'm like, I wouldn't even be nowhere with where the children be. Right. I wouldn't even be nowhere where they at, except for on TV. And I ain't filmed none of that kind of TV this in the past couple of weeks. I filmed some other TV, but not this other. Oh yes, and let me tap y'all on y'all motherfucking shoulder. Y'all, all right, I ain't gonna front to y'all. I know, Mob, I love y'all, and I know that y'all know when I get missing, I be out there gathering up a coin. I know when I get y'all know I be getting, so y'all didn't check on me, but y'all know I've been quiet on social media. I ain't been saying nothing, chilling. I ain't been making no posts on Instagram, none of the shit. You feel me? And ain't now bitch ain't said shit to me after days. None of y'all hoes ain't said nothing to me after, ain't even check in on me or nothing. Y'all made me feel like y'all was Mo.
Don't do that.
That's how y'all made me feel.
Don't do that. Don't even do that, Maddie.
Ain't even check in on me or nothing unless it was a Friday.
Can you not tell these people that lie? Can you not tell these people that lie? You know that's not true, Maddie. That you know that is not true. Don't do that. It's not good. That's not good. Having these people think I don't care about you.
Do you?
Yeah, of course. Oh, you don't believe me? Okay.
Do you?
You don't think I do? You honestly don't think I do?
You all right?
Out of all the things
right
that we've been through.
Correct.
You don't think?
I'm going to handle this on the commercial break. But when I went through and I read some of y'all quick comments on it, y'all was saying, okay, Maddie, bitch, we know you be out there getting a bag and all this. And I say, you know what? It's true because I do get missing and I don't tell nobody. And then some shit will pop up on TV and y'all be like, well, when she did that? So, y'all right. But still, when I go missing from Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and all this stuff and I don't even be retweeting or posting nothing shit like that, why y'all hoes ain't motherfucking somewhere saying, is you all like when Kelly Price got missing?
And then you put out that APB?
And I put the APB out on Kelly Price. And bitches went to say, then it was a whole storyline. Well, where she at? She had, as soon as she said she had COVID and got missing, and they went over there knocking on. Yes, Kayla did. Yes, my daughter Kayla, this Poetic Justice, she did check on me. She did call me and check on me. It is a few that did, you know, after I made the post. After. But you know, I get it. I do be in the spaces hushing and doing my business and stuff. So I respect that y'all respect that, and I'm good with that. So these are the things I wanted to address at the top of the show. Anything that you want to address, Mo, from the top of the show? Before we get into other things, let me. Ooh, this salad it started.
Well, you know, we did have a conversation on the phone. I think was it last week?
Was it on the phone? What you talking about?
And you asked me a question.
About before you got missing when I didn't feel good.
That's not true, Maddie.
After I paid you Wednesday.
Maddie, you know that's not true. You know that's not true. Don't do that. Don't even do that. Don't.
I can't remember the conversation, but what happened?
Oh, you don't? So you asked me a question. You said, Mo, do you think I love men or like men? Which one was it?
No, because you kept asking me questions about the show from last week.
Right.
The show that we did last week, the top of the thing I had said that if I died, it's in my will that a nigga got to get out my motherfucking house in 48 hours. When I made that post, there were so many people that came up under that post and they started leaving their experiences that they've had after their mother died, after their aunt died, after their grandma died, or whatever. You know, they started leaving all of their experiences under the post.
Right. Okay.
And I pinned it, and someone said under the post that after his mother passed away, the dad came to the funeral, and I sent you that. Where's that? I sent it to y'all.
I didn't get that one.
Because my mama sent me that clip of that lady. The man came to the funeral with his new girlfriend after their mama died, and the funeral had erupted. And I said, see, this is the reason why I tell y'all hoes that when you die, if the nigga you with, throw that nigga out. I'm giving him 48. Some of y'all may give him 30 days. And then there were people under there writing saying, well, Maddie, in a court of law, you couldn't put him out anyway because of that. I'm like, bitch, my shit is in a trust. It's different. Hold on. But Mo, finish what you were saying now.
So I can't remember. Did you say love or like? I can't remember. But basically, you asked me do I think that you love or / like men? And my response to you was, I think you enjoy the company or the things that you can acquire from it, not specifically like materialistic things, but I just mean like in general, like if it's love, if it's just companionship, whichever one. But when it comes to like, do you actually love men? I kind of say, it's hard for me to say yes. But it's not just you. I think a lot of women feel that way. I don't think a lot of women like genuinely. And I'm just saying I think. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying what I think and what I get, what I perceive is that a lot of women don't really have a care for men. Let me put it like that. And the reason I say that is because I don't really see anything like I don't hear people, especially women or even people in general, say positive things about men. It's usually what I hear is usually negative. So it's hard for me to say that yes you do, because it's hard. I never really hear anything positive, you know. So that's why I was going to tell you, but you know, that's just me.
So you don't hear me saying positive things about men?
I don't hear anything, but like I said, it's not just you. It's really the whole broad of entertainment. I don't usually hear anything or see anything posted positively about men. So it's hard for me to say that people actually do care about men in general.
How does that make you feel?
I would say it makes me feel kind of sad because I believe that I think everybody needs everybody to survive, basically. And that not just to survive, but in life. Because I believe our lives are not just lived for ourselves. It's also lived for those around us also. Like our family, friends, things like that. Because if we just live by ourselves throughout the whole time, I mean, what kind of life is that if you're just completely shut off to the world? So I do believe we do benefit from each other, but I don't believe we're getting anywhere when there's no talking points into how to solve a solution. There's only things negative that we hear from men and from women. So that's just how I feel about it.
Well, let's look at the comments.
Okay, well,
roll some of the comments across the screen.
See, hopefully I say your name, your last name. Colette. Okay. See, Colette said holding men accountable equals hatred. No, those are two different things. Yeah, Thank you. I know. I'm not fast talker. It says Felicia says, "Why is Mo always taken up for men when it's unwarranted?" I mean, is it unwarranted to say that not all men are a certain way, or not all men?
Who's different?
Okay, so can men say that all women are the same? I mean, because you can't. I don't think you can have it both ways, saying that all men are the same, but women are just perfect. So, I mean, I think everybody has their own experiences dealing with the person that they want to have a relationship with. And me personally, I think the majority of the time when we have bad experiences, is I believe that we should sometimes, not all the time, but I do believe sometimes we also have to take responsibility of the people that we choose also.
Ooh.
What?
I felt gut punched.
No, it's not a gut punch. I'm just saying that sometimes we should be able to say, you know what, the person that I just chose they ain't shit, but I ended up choosing that person to be in a relationship with.
Craig, how do you feel?
I wasn't really listening. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I was doing something.
It's just in the email. Because they asking where you at.
I'm here.
Do I like men? Of course.
But I'm not. But when you ask me, do you like men? Of course you like men. I don't mean like what's your preference of who you want to date. I'm talking about deeper than that, to the extent where do you besides like the attractiveness, besides the sex or what men can provide for you, and it doesn't have to be materialistic. It can be anything, emotionally, whatever. Do you really like men? Like, if somebody sat you down and said, what are the top 5 things that you like about what you like about men?
Sex.
And that's it. That's really it. And that's a lot. Like a couple of days ago, I heard on The View saying that men are useless. Like, and to constantly and to be hearing things like that, because I don't think I've ever heard a man say women are useless.
No, they haven't. But it all depends on what type of woman they're talking about, or which area of woman that they're talking about.
Oh well, I can't now. I'm not, like I said, when I don't know something, I can back off that and I can take your advice on where you're coming from, because I have, like I said, I haven't heard that. But I'm just saying things like that.
Sorry. Comments.
It's just things like that. When I hear that, who said that on The View? I don't know. It was I don't really know her name. I can't remember her name. It was the older white woman. I can't remember her name.
A white woman.
Yeah.
Craig, you still got that video when that queen was talking about me and emotionally, and is that in there?
And then one of the women said that her husband was.
Oh yeah.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
Send it to me. You can send it to me.
It should be in that.
It should be in the system.
Well, no, I've been doing it a lot from home now, so I've been putting it in a folder in my hard drive. But I can start bringing it. But yeah, one of the women said, my husband, he's emotional, he's emotional. He's emotionally intelligent. He talks about his feelings, and the first thing that the woman says is, "Oh, he must be gay." And so it's like, even when a man is even trying to do something right to somebody else or to another woman, somebody, I'm not saying all, But then sometimes some people
So
end
men
up.
are victims here.
I'm not saying men are victims. I'm not even putting men as victims. I'm just saying that.
So you don't understand my logic of throwing.
I'm just saying that it's hard for me to.
So you don't understand my logic of throwing a nigga out after 48 hours. If I was gone.
No, what I'm trying to say is, I don't. It's hard for me to say that somebody loves or likes or cares about somebody else when you never hear positive things about them.
So you
It's
ain't
like saying if
never
I
heard
was,
me say
perfect
one
example,
time-
if I was married, Maddie, if I was married, and all you hear about me saying about my wife is that, man, I can't stand that bitch. That bitch get on my nerves. She nags me. She don't know how to do this. She don't know how to do that. Would you think I like her or love her?
No.
Exactly. So that's where I'm trying to get at. If I never really hear anything positive, it's always negative. It's hard for me to say that, okay, there's more affection or there's some love there. That's all I'm just trying to say.
You found it, Craig.
I just sent
You
it.
send it to him. We need that.
That's all I'm just trying to say. And thank you, Fox the demigod. This is more what I'm trying to say is like, besides the sex, besides of what a man can, if you're into that, what a man can give you financially or whatnot.
I'm rich,
That's why I said if you're into that. That's why you see.
but I still would like his money too. But if he don't have it,
Right. So besides those stuff, what else do you like about a man? Because if you ask me what I like about a woman, I could tell you.
Okay,
What she
tell me.
get. Okay.
Tell me.
Perfect example. Especially what I look for in a woman is if you find the right one that can be there to
what's the
support
right
you.
one? The supporting you is the
Like
right
support me emotionally, support me to help me feel comfortable when I'm not in a great space of mind. Someone that can help uplift me when I'm feeling down. You know, someone that, and I know that there are women that can do that because if you look throughout history, there are women that have been behind a strong man, and the reason why that strong man is as successful as he is because of her. So I see that women can bring a tremendous value to a man, especially the right woman can bring tremendous value to a man to make that man even better than what he was.
Let me jump in here.
Previously.
Look, we was waiting on the philosopher.
Let me help.
Come on, Craig. Did you send it to him?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I think women have proven themselves to men time and time again. We've seen it over and over. Like you just said, like women have always been the backbone to any society. When you educate a girl, you educate a nation. That's why a lot of times scholarships and things are earmarked for women. Because a woman is going to teach her children. Her children will sometimes be boys, sometimes they'll be girls, but she will also teach her brother, her father, her uncles. The problem is there aren't enough examples of men standing behind their women. And oftentimes when a woman stands behind a man, when he gets, you know, she helps support him to get his education. She'll support his business, help him build this business up off the ground. And then he'll leave her. Or he'll disrespect her or disrespect the relationship after she's bent over backwards to support him. And so I think we're just at a place now where women are exhausted. They're exhausted. And no one wants to be the next story. We've heard so many stories. Girl, did you hear what happened with Michelle? Child, she had put that man through school and helped him start his business, and she came home and he was in bed with somebody else. Like, no one wants to be the next story. We've all heard these stories.
And I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing that there are men out there that aren't shit. That's not even what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying that, especially, this is why I always say that it's not all men.
Well,
No,
it's
not
a large majority.
I wouldn't even say it's a large majority because like the same way there are different types of women. there are different types of men. There are men that are out here in the world that you may not even notice that exist because they're not even on your radar.
Because we've been overwhelmed by the other story, though.
Okay.
It's like there are good men out there, and I'm only saying it because I believe that I'm a good man. Like I'm not out there.
That's a good man, Sebastian.
So and I'm not.
And if I was a real man,
and
if I was a real man and
I'm
not a
not
transgender woman, hold on, because y'all tried to trip me up the other day with that too.
How we try to trip you up?
Because I'm a transgender woman. I don't identify as female or male, but I was born male. Had I been a real male, I would have been a good man too.
Like I think that I'm not so arrogant to think that I'm the only good guy out there. I think there are good guys out there, but I think we're in the minority.
Deep.
I think there's so I think that it just feels like good guys are kind of the exception, not the rule. We're few and far between.
But and I will say this, the same way that you hear negative stories about those type of relationships, there have been plenty of good stories that I've heard. I've heard men doing all they can to get their wife or woman through college,
and listen,
working their backs to help fund their wife's education.
Yeah,
I've seen men that will go out of their way, basically like their wife's family are in trouble. Go out their way, spend as much money as they possibly can to help support her parents or her own family, not even for their own family, but the wife's family. I've seen men break their backs.
I agree.
So
I agree that happens. I absolutely agree. But I'd be willing to bet that a good majority of those men who do that, they do it not because it's from the heart per se, but because it's their ego. It's support
because they have children.
Right. It's their ego. It's a bravado thing to be able to say, oh, yeah, I put my wife through school or I helped my wife start the business. But a lot of times when women do that kind of shit for men, they're doing it from their heart. They're doing it because they love them.
Put Kev over there because he hit one of Craig's words. Kev. He said the zeitgeist.
Uh-huh.
The word I learned from you the other day.
Yeah.
The zeitgeist doesn't care about good black men. It only cares about the bad ones.
And so the bad ones are amplified.
So to your question, do I love men? Yes.
Okay.
I do. Do I understand the things that are going to come with that? Yeah. Am I over it? Of course. Am I going to date women? I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
Good man is relative. Somebody said define it. Like, it's relative. Like, what is a good man to you? To me, a good man has integrity. A good man is not duplicitous.
I agree.
That's what a good man to me is. A good man is he's gonna show up, like he's gonna be the same way he is behind your back that he is in front of you. Like, I shouldn't have to police you. I shouldn't have to hover over you. I want to be able to trust that you.
Ooh, that's a word. That's a word.
What's that?
Trust.
Because there are degrees of trust. I may be able to trust that you won't steal money from me, but I may not be able to trust that you won't fuck around behind my back when I turn around.
You won't fuck my friend.
That's right.
My sister.
But I may be able to leave my debit and credit card right there in front of you, and you'll be okay with that.
Yeah, but
I can trust that.
I can't leave that bitch there.
But I can't leave no friend there. That's what I'm talking about. So good man is relative.
Ooh, trust. That's the word.
There are degrees of trust.
Ooh, hayarabo. That's the word. Trust.
Yeah.
That's the word right there.
Why be with somebody that you don't even
Well, you don't know that because, of course,
you can know before you date somebody, you can know if you can trust them. So you date people you don't trust?
No. You don't know
that you knowingly don't trust?
What she's saying is sometimes people show up with masks.
Like you told us that you do in the beginning?
I didn't say I could show up with
You
masks.
said you put your best foot forward?
Right.
Yes, he did.
But that doesn't mean you're wearing.
That's what he said.
But he did. He didn't say. He didn't use the word best foot.
Correct.
He said he shows up as the
Basically,
variation of himself.
the representative.
The representative.
Because
He
you know the
said that.
representative is there, and then the real person sometimes doesn't show up for 6 months.
Yeah.
Or a year.
I never said I show up with the mask. All I
You
said,
didn't say mask.
You didn't say mask.
So let me not
I'm
put words
saying
in your
mask.
mouth. We said mask. You
Okay.
said your variant shows up.
No, I say I show up
With
I
with
say
the best version of
of
yourself.
myself. With the-
Right, but the best version of yourself may not be all that you are.
But then I also explained that. When I mean that, I'm talking about things like I constantly show you that everything that with you when you're with me, everything is going to be okay. You have to worry about nothing. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
when I say-
but see, I don't want you to just show up with a mask on. That's a mask. I need to know
But
I need to know how you're gonna move when you've had a bad day, when things ain't going well for you financially.
and
I need to see all aspects of you, not just when you're in a good mood.
Right, but
how do you argue?
But that's different.
How do you disagree?
Right, but is that going to determine on how much you trust me or not?
Of course.
Absolutely.
On how I act. where I don't have
Absolutely,
money.
because there are degrees of trust. I need to trust that you're not going to try to cut me below the belt when we get into an argument.
Hold on,
I need to
Craig.
trust that you know how to fight fair.
Hold on, Craig.
There are
He's-
degrees of
He
trust.
said something. You said, is that the way I'm going to act if I don't, if me not having money or something? You said it.
No, because you said because Craig said depending, like he wants to know how you're going to act when you don't have a good day or when you're
You lost your
financial
job.
troubles
Or
something like
financial
that.
troubles. Yes,
Right.
because that is the actual time when we see those
Right.
because you see those real people in those stressful and hard times. You see that.
Right, because
And then after we do
personally,
this, when you answer this,
you'll never know what I'm going through because
When you answer this, hold on,
go
Mo.
ahead,
When
go
you
ahead.
answer this, go. I want you to go to that video, and then we're gonna jump right into fag talk. Cause this is where I want. I want to segue. Into fag talk. So after you answer this, and then we get a little bit, then we're gonna go right into fag talk. 'Cause
Okay.
This is how I wanted to do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so what I was going to say is, personally, me, I don't know how other men will act in those type of situations, but me personally, you most likely would if we're dating, you most likely will never know what kind of financial trouble I'm going.
But then that's what I'm saying. Then you're
Because-
not showing up.
Well, no, that's because the way I am is I don't want to burden people.
But see,
with issues that I'm going
but
through.
see, as your partner, I'm supposed to be your safe space. I need you to be able to come and talk to me because, see, if you're carrying that burden by yourself, I don't need you to drop dead from a heart attack because you have no place to put that stuff.
Right, but also at the same
That's what a partner is for.
Right, but at the same time as this, also you look at it from men. There are times where there are men that go through things financially and things like that. They come back, they tell their partner, and next thing you know, their partner, their whole behavior changes towards their partner.
Well, then you're in the wrong relationship.
And I will agree with you.
Well, then
that's right.
then that's not a
But
partner.
But that also takes time.
But
I
that's
have
how
to-
you know who you're with.
That's
guess what?
because you
The
don't know the
same-
fibers of your relationship until it's gone through something, until it's
Right.
tested.
And so the same way you say that you have to earn that trust, I have to also earn that trust to say, you know what, I can talk to this person about the hard things that I'm going through at this point in time. If I'm not comfortable there with you at that certain time, then I can't. I won't be able to.
But then you shouldn't be in a relationship. My thing is, you don't graduate from the dating phase to the relationship phase until I know I can trust you, till I know you're integral, till I know I can rely on you. And so if you're masking all of this and we're a year into the relationship and you still don't feel like you can come and talk to me because you got demoted at your job, or there's a pay cut at your job, or your mom is sick with cancer and you're going through and you're trying to act for me like you're stronger than you are, that's not partnership.
So then I can say the same thing when I said, why are you dating somebody that you do not trust?
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. You don't get into a relationship.
I'm agreeing with you.
But again,
Because I'm saying
but
that if we're in a relationship, you should be able to trust the person.
correct. But there are
relationship.
degrees of trust. So there are people who may get into a relationship not thinking about those other levels and layers of trust, those other areas. Because when people think about trust, most people's mind goes straight to
Money.
cheating, and
money,
right.
and yes, you're right.
That's it. They're not thinking about emotional trust.
Right, I totally agree with you. I'm not even going to deny. I totally agree with you on
But
that.
there's so many people that show up with the variant of themselves.
You're right.
And
But-
that's why when those times come around, you're like, who the fuck is this?
But then, because I'm going to take responsibility for myself also, because there have been situations like I've told you, I've been in relationships where I look back and I was like, damn, I really chose the wrong person, because I don't think people can fool you for too long.
No, they can't.
At some sort
No.
in time,
At some point,
they're
yeah.
going to slip up.
Unless you want to be fooled because the dick got you juicy, got them crazy. It's cold one
The
man.
dick or the vagina.
And I'm gonna tell you, like somebody said to me the other day, sometimes people can be fooled because they've just resolved in their mind that they feel like it's their turn to be in a relationship. I feel like it's my turn, and so you overlook shit and you just take the first thing that comes because you feel like you're ready.
So it's more like
on,
insecurities, basically. You're insecure. So
Come on, Tevin, Kim, I'm ready.
So in other words, you're saying like it's more like you're insecure that you're not sure if you're going to find somebody else, and so
Or you're just tired of being single. You're frustrated with being single. I've been single for 5 years, 6
So
years,
let me
7 years.
finally
I'm
get-
ready to be in a relationship.
Yeah.
And so you take the first thing that comes along.
Yeah.
You ignore.
I mean, it happens.
it happens.
Because we've all made poor decisions out of loneliness.
Of course.
I agree.
It
We
is.
have all made poor decisions out of loneliness.
But then there's the question of, do men really like women?
Oh.
We have that question.
And I can.
Do men really like women? Because you asked me, do I? Because my viewpoint is from a woman's perspective, particularly a trans woman's perspective. Because me and a bio woman, it has different perspectives on things. We have some of the same shared experience, but we have different perspectives on things. Because I see some one way, she may see something the other way. But do men really like women? Let's ask a man.
I would say yes.
Let's ask a man, another man, not any of us, two men and one male in the group. Let's ask. Go ahead, Mo. Can we play the clip and then take us into fact talk? Take me down.
I'm sorry.
Play the clip and take me into
Did he
fact
put it in?
talk.
Maddie, you said you wanted me to play the clip first, or
Well, take me down. Play the clip and then put the
no?
fact.
Let's do fact talk and then go to the clip.
No, we'll do that and then we'll go to while we're getting ready. Thanks. Let me run this show. You just run the board. That's another reason why I can't take me and trying to be the head of household.
All right.
Seriously.
But somebody
This is a one-woman show. Did you get it?
No, I got it, but I had to convert it. You see?
Oh, it's still
That's
converting.
why I was saying let me do the thing.
we'll talk.
Somebody made a really good point just now. I didn't see the comment because it already went by, but I did read enough of it. He said, or he or she said, dating is the discovery. And I agree with that 100%. Now, I don't know what the rest of the comment said, but
Did it
I believe
convert?
that dating is
No, it's working. I
the
just have to put it in the system. I'm doing it.
dating is the process or the time that you get to decide whether or not you like that other person and whether or not they like you.
Yes.
But the problem is,
Nobody dates.
very few people date. And women date different than men. So like a woman will meet a man and she will already discover that she likes him early on, first week, second week, month, whatever. A man could meet that woman, that same woman, and have the same kind of feelings. But a woman will cut everybody off as soon as she realizes she likes that man.
Well,
where
not
a man, he'll find out that he likes this woman, but he'll still he'll still be on the market. He'll still be dating, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that you got to be out here fucking everybody that you're going out to eat with, but what I'm saying is, women, you have to take your time. And just because you discover that you like this guy, that doesn't mean that you close the gates. You can still date other people, get to know other people, and then make the decision.
Because
Let him
Craig, I say
let
this-
him earn you. Make him earn you.
And because I say this,
I agree. I totally agree.
I
with
say
that.
this all the time. Check back with me in 90 days.
I don't agree with that part.
Yeah, see, women date different. They'll be like, oh, girl, I like him, da-da-da-da.
'Cause-
Where a man, he'll like her, and he might be gushing all over and all that other shit, but he'll still be dating other people, and, you know, where she has cut everybody else off.
But I will say this.
Did it
I
work,
I
Mom?
totally do agree with you.
Did it work?
I used up all my, what you call it. So I have to.
And I'm not saying when you're in that phase that you just date anybody. I'm not saying just go out and just to be going out and wasting your time if you know that there's no interest. But what I'm saying is still keep your options open so that if there is someone else out there in the dating landscape, you can still be kind of, you know, moving and doing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just go out with somebody just to be going out just to have something to do. No, I'm not suggesting
No,
that.
I totally agree with you that nobody dates to really get to know somebody anymore. It's just we're in a hookup culture now, basically.
Yeah.
It's more like, hey, can you come over? Yeah, I can come over. Netflix and chill, and boom, that's it.
Yeah, like that lady got her throat cut that we talking about today.
Oh yeah.
Like from letting the man come over with a bag and all this stuff.
Now, was she trans?
I don't
or
know.
Bio?
I don't know.
I couldn't. Yeah.
I couldn't make the distinction between, but whether she was trans or not.
Right.
Yeah.
He came to her house with that bag, and
Right.
And most trades do come to your house with a bag. And I'll be like, well, girl, what's going on here? And see, I'm graduating myself. I've graduated myself. This past few areas in my life, is it loading? Okay, did it load? These past few areas in my life, Craig, I've graduated myself from the type of men that I used to like really want to kick it with. Mm-hmm. And now I'm not in a lonely space, but I'm in a place of I can't really do that because this gonna happen. I can't do that because this gonna happen. Yes, while I bask in the ambiance of having great sporadic sex. Mm-hmm. A great, that I can't do that anymore because you don't know who the person that you're doing it with is doing it for.
Right.
Is it for a headline later?
Right.
Is it for an exploitation? Like, okay, now, bitch, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I do.
So I'm in that space. So my sex life has been on a massive decline.
Oh.
Yes. Massive decline.
But that's because you are, saying not right now.
And I'm also very selective.
Right.
Also, my dating life is definitely in a space of nah.
You're saying get them to get NDAs.
Oh, they have those. Yes, I have lots. I have NDAs for everything. Do I not, Mo?
Yeah.
I have NDAs for everything.
Yeah.
I have NDAs for sexual partners. I have NDAs for boyfriend. NDAs for staff. NDAs for friends. Family. It's a different vehicle now. What used to be is not anymore. So, are we?
Oh yeah.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay. So I posed the question again, like I've been posing for the past 15 minutes. Do men really like women? We'll talk about it after we come back. Let's go. Take me down, Mo, and then put that.
All right.
Let's go.
Hey, look, check this out, man. And if it don't apply, let it fly. You niggas is mentally and emotionally gay. But you mask it with being sexually attractive to women. But on a mental and emotional level, when it comes to another man, your emotions is tied into a man. You know why? Because you care about what he think. You worried about who you can go hang with because you worry about what another man might got to say. You don't wear certain type of clothes that you want to wear because you worried about what another man got to say. But the stuff that you like that men disagree with, women like. And you know this. But because of what a man's opinion may appear of you mentally and emotionally gay men that are sexually attracted to women, you guys stay on the lower level and scared to elevate because you worried about a nigga that you love hating. Fellas, how long are y'all gonna be in the closet about your true sexuality? I'm starting to think the women was right all along. All he do was hang with the homies and whoa, yeah, ladies, y'all was absolutely right because he hang out with them niggas all day. They turn them on and he come out and home and fuck you.
The views and opinions expressed on this program is just that, views and opinions. Don't take any of it serious. But I will warn you, viewer discretion is advised.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some fact talk. You met me as men. Yes. This hair looks delicious on you.
Yes!
This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J.
Yes!
Do you have what it takes to be a fag?
Oh, honey. You know you do. We all do. I'm most definitely a popular, hot-ass gossiper. Oh, honey. I was born a fag. And so are you.
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your...
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your...
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your pardon.
I'm rich.
Say it again.
I am rich.
You're what?
That's right, girl. P-H-A-G. Popular, hot ass, gossiper. Hey, that's right.
Yes.
I mean, sister.
Yeah, yes. Yes.
And that's spelled
Yes.
P-H-A-G. Not the other one. But that counts.
Girl, what is this, plum burgundy or what?
This is 99J. 99J.
Yes.
Thank you. You meant me as me.
Yes.
Yes.
Girl, this hair looks delicious on you.
Yes.
This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J.
Yes.
Girl, what is this, plum burgundy or what?
This is 99J. 99J.
Yes. Sexy hair.
Thank you. I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your...
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your...
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your pardon.
I'm rich.
Say it again.
I am rich.
You're what?
I bought it home. They were in their apartment. They were renting their apartment.
Yes. 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 Yes.
And stop worrying about
The faggots!
right. Shit.
We ain't going nowhere! Oh my God, today.
Child. Now I don't agree with everything in that video. let me just go ahead on and start. I do not agree with everything that I saw in that video, but there were points made.
There were.
I don't agree with everything, cause I don't need y'all going somewhere to my TS think every man gay. I do not think every man is gay.
And I don't think that's what he was suggesting.
So, okay, I want to ask
Yeah,
y'all one of the points.
well, let's play it again while we're here, because we just went through make me feel. We just bopped. We just bopped. So let's play it again.
Okay.
Hey, look, check this out, man. And if it don't apply, let it fly. You niggas is mentally and emotionally gay. But you mask it with being sexually attractive to women. But on a mental and emotional level, when it comes to another man, your emotions is tied into a man. You know why? Because you care about what he think. You worried about who you can go hang with because you worry about what another man might got to say. You don't wear certain type of clothes that you want to wear because you worried about what another man got to say. But the stuff that you like that men disagree with, women like. And you know this. But because of what a man's opinion may appear of you mentally and emotionally gay men that are sexually attracted to women, you guys stay on the lower level and scared to elevate because you worried about a nigga that you love hating. Fellas, how long are y'all gonna be in the closet about your true sexuality? I'm starting to think the women was right all along. All he do was hang with the homies and whoa, yeah, ladies, y'all was absolutely right because he hang out with them niggas all day. They turn them on and he come out and home and fuck you.
I think for me, I think he was speaking of the Boosies of the world,
Yeah.
and other people like that.
Yeah, he was
just because you have sexual relationships with women, don't mean that you're not emotionally gay. Because a lot of these straight niggas, they always worried about who's fucking, who's gay. Like, why is there so much concern from men who identify as straight? Like, why do you care?
Well, I'll say that I do agree that, but I do agree that some situations they are like that. But I can tell you on the other hand also is that men do seek the approval of other men because what are you trying to?
No, they were saying them here. I don't know if they were talking about mine.
Oh, I thought you were giving me the lip wrist. I thought you were giving me the lip.
No. We talking about Boosie? Oh yeah.
I thought you were giving me the lip.
You talking about Boosie? My wrist always limp with that hoe.
Like somebody just said, he's talking about the pause generation.
Yes, the no diddy,
No homo.
Oh,
no
okay.
diddy,
All that.
the no diddy.
But yeah, there are men that do seek the approval of other men because
Most do.
Well, I would say majority. I will definitely agree with you on that. They do seek the approval of other men, mainly because number one, who are the people that mainly run the world? If we're talking about like
White men.
but men, right? So you seek the approval of that. Not only that, if you get the approval of some men, some women may end up fucking with you because of that.
Everybody want to be Drake.
Right. So, perfect example.
Everybody
If you see
wanna be
dudes
Drake.
hanging around Drake, you think all of Drake's friends are his friends because they love him as a brother or something like that?
But I don't know. Well, yeah, I can see that. But I also think that, like right now, we see a lot of the people in the hip hop world, a lot of the men in the hip hop world attacking Drake, saying
True.
that, this, that, and the third. But I believe that some of those people are jumping on that bandwagon because most niggas are bandwagon type thinkers.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Hold on, Craig.
they may not have issue.
Yes. Keep coming to my door. Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. I'm sorry. I was passing by. We were wondering if you wanted to sell that SUV sitting back there.
Not right now. I don't want to sell it. Not at this exact moment. I'm not.
Oh. Okay. Can I leave you my number? I'll put it on your mailbox.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You
Thank-
sure you don't want to sell it or you got cash today?
No, not right now. Let's see. Leave me your number. I'll let you know, babe.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, we are in the middle of the show.
Girl, and she was adamant.
Girl.
It's like really, girl. And you the second person that came. I'm finna move that SUV.
She was adamant. She was like, "Are you
sure you don't? We have cash on hand today.
Like, girl, what the fuck?
Girl, get
Okay.
off my porch.
Craig, so I really want to do this because, I want to let y'all know that everybody watches Fag Talk
Yes.
because we do our thing over here. We're entertaining and we have LBGTQIA royalty in the background today that's going to be joining us for lots of these candid conversations, honey. Again, we have LBGTQIA royalty in the building. Well, bring up our queen in the building.
Okay. And here she is.
Boom, Lever.
What is it? It's on. It's on, right?
Is it on, bitch? Is this bitch recording?
This bitch recording. Oh my god! So she wanted to buy. What is this? An SUV? Is it giving that gets for sale?
No, girl. It's an old piece of truck, girl, that I got over there on the side of the damn wall, child. It ain't doing nothing. The bitch, these niggas. Listen, a nigga came here earlier and was ringing my doorbell, and I sent Mo to the door, and he acted like he didn't know if he wanted what he wanted. I'm like, what's going on? Has somebody listed me on Craigslist?
Is it old? Like, is it old trade? Could it have been old trade coming by? And
No. Let me tell you something. Listen, I've evicted old trade, honey, from my life. I'm rich, so I can't let them come in here and try to squeeze up any of my coins.
It really, when I So when I moved into when I bought my first apartment, it's a home, but it's an apartment, it's a condo.
But it's different though when you're purchasing one though. It's different.
I own it. When I bought my first home in Los Angeles, I had a boyfriend, and then when I got single, I was like, I can't be bringing random trade up here. Like it was one of those like, I own this. This is my home. You definitely can't. Although I did have a moment. It was. Can I tell you a story? Like a brief story. But the last time I was single, so I broke up with the last boyfriend in 2019. And so, I was living my life, met this random trade on Tinder or something.
Wait a minute. Let me find out you over there on Tinder.
Wait a minute now.
This was years ago. I'm not on Tinder now. I met my boyfriend on Tinder. I've met my last 2 boyfriends on Tinder. Pull it down. So met this trade, and he was like a farmer girl. He was like farmer, and he was like 6'5", blonde, white man, body, fine. And so I was just kind of like, I invited him over, and it was like I hadn't been having random trade in, and he was a farmer, and he arrived dirty. Like he had come from work and he was farming. I was like, sweetie, you need to, this isn't gonna, I had him strip at the door, take all his clothes off, and I put him right in the shower. I have like a guest shower, like a guest bathroom.
Oh, that's one. Oh, you ain't got no apartment. You got a condo.
I have a condominium, yes. So I stripped the tray down and then put him in the shower, and then as I watched him clean himself, I gave him instructions, of course. But he was fine, girl. He was so fine. Had no idea who I was. This is the kind of trade I like. But in my LA apartment, all my magazine covers are up on the wall, and there's posters of me. And then he's like, he comes in after the shower. He's looking around. He's in his towel, fine, body just fine. And he's like, what do you do? I was just like, oh, nothing. And he's like, I'm magazine covers everywhere. Oh, I'm just, nothing really. And he just was kind of like, he didn't care, girl. He was there for what he was there for.
Right.
So he didn't actually. And then, but the gag, as he was leaving, and even though this was a jump off, I can't believe I'm telling you the story. Even though it was a jump off, I'm like, he was telling me, oh my God, my girlfriend just called. I'm like, why are you telling me this? Like, I don't need to know about your girlfriend. And like, anyway.
So I got a question for you, Laverne, right? And I want to ask you because, you brought it up. So do you date white men?
I do. I date every race of man. I've mostly dated white men. I know you guys have talked about this on the show because I watch.
She's trying to set me up.
I am.
She's trying to set me up.
And I want to say, I love that you've reclaimed PHAG.
Yes.
That your ministry is not mine. It's not my word to reclaim, but I live for your reclamation of PHAG. I don't say the word. Anyway, yes, I date. I'm 51 years old. I'll be 52.
Bitch, you look good.
Thank you. God.
Bitch, you look good.
Black melanin is everything. Anyway, and clean living, no drugs. I barely drink. Dad's son. Anyway, I'm 51 years old. At this point in my life, I have been on a date with, I've had sex with Black, white, Asian, Israeli, Jordanian, everybody except an Eskimo, Asian, like everybody, Persian. What race do you? I lived in New York most of my adult life, so I have slept with every race. I'm open to every race. You have to be fine, but I'm attracted to everybody. But there got to be a certain point where the treatment, and I was thinking a lot about this, but like every race of man will dog you out. Every race of man. And they have, and I've experienced it. I went through a phase, and this was when you move to New York. When I moved to New York in the 90s, I moved to New York in 1993. The Puerto Rican and Dominican men in New York City, I don't want to objectify, but they're really beautiful. They're beautiful.
Right.
Men. The New York fantasy is, and they're Black. They're I went through a phase in the Latin clubs in the 90s, girl. I was all up and through all the Latin clubs, and all of black, white, everybody like hung out. In the 90s in New York, all races, straight, gay, everybody hung out together. And that I dated exclusively Latin men, Latin and black, for years. In the 90s, there was a black guy from Africa. Hey, Mo. On my block, when I lived on 75th Street, we, for many years, several black men for many years, but never a boyfriend. I haven't had a black I've never had a black boyfriend. I've had many black jump offs.
Why do you think that that's? Why do you think that that's majority like our story?
For me, any race of man, it's about the treatment. There, a jump off, even jump offs. I've gotten to a point in my life, even the jump offs, I had to let a lot of men of a lot of races go because the treatment was not, even for a jump, even if we're connecting on Tinder and it was when I was single and it was just to be a jump off, you had to come correctly. You had to respect me. We had to meet in public. That cuts out more than half of them, 70, 80% of them. We had to meet in public. You had to be respectful. You couldn't come at me with sex. Even you had to come to me with a certain level of respect. And most men do not know how to do that, of all races. And fewer black men and Latin men know how to do that in my experience. The last
What's she trying to say, Craig?
I'm laughing at the comments. Go ahead.
What's she trying to say, Craig? What she's saying is, in the lack of a better, y'all niggas don't know how to motherfucking act. Niggas don't know how to act, sister. Like
the ones who do, though, but the ones who do get snapped up real quick. Like they usually have a girlfriend or a wife or something. You have to catch them. This is of all races. I've dated all races. But the last two black men, the last one, there was one, he was beautiful. And I was very interested in him. He was he was an MIT graduate. He had a master's degree. He was really smart. He was fine, body, smart, great conversation. And he ghosted me. And I would have dated him. But he ghosted. And then the next black guy in LA.
LA trade.
This is when I was, LA is a mess. LA is a mess. I don't see it.
To say the least.
It's a mess.
LA
is a mess. But after the session, I was single and after the session, he said to me, I'm looking for a sugar mama. And I said, how's that going for you? And I was like,
you said after the session, you mean after y'all?
Yeah, we're lying there naked, and he thought he turned it. It was good. It wasn't that good to me. I'm not a sugar mama. I'm sorry. I don't shake my purse and trade. Like I'm not the girl. If you're a man wanting a woman to take care of you, wanting a woman, that's not me. It's never been me. My mother did not raise me to take care of a man. My mother did not raise me to. So that's what he tried, and he was fine. It was all going on, but he just moved to LA from DC. He was used to women taking care of him, cis women, trans women, and there are a lot of women willing to do that. Not this one.
Okay. So here's my thing when it comes down to black men. Like I like niggas, and I like niggas. I like nigga niggas, but
those niggas giving you the treatment that you deserve as a
But see, I think that's where the problem comes in, though.
Mother of all things. Are you?
Yeah.
I think that's where the problem comes in, though, because a lot of women, whether they're trans or bio, often go for that particular guy, and you expect this man to be able to woo you and be sensitive and to be emotional. You're not going to get that from there.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like Africans too.
You're not going to get that.
Hey, Mo.
I like Africans too, nigga.
Mo,
they niggas. They know about 419 more than the hood niggas do. But here's the thing. I think that I personally think, Laverne, that when we watched the last segment of this video where the guy was saying that men are emotionally attracted to other men. but they sleep with women. Did you see the video?
I did not see the video. I was
Play the video so Laverne can see. Play
Okay.
it.
Hey, look, check this out, man. And if it don't apply, let it fly. You niggas is mentally and emotionally gay. But you mask it with being sexually attractive to women. But on a mental and emotional level, when it comes to another man, your emotions is tied into a man. You know why? Because you care about what he think. You worried about who you can go hang with because you worry about what another man might got to say. You don't wear certain type of clothes that you want to wear because you worried about what another man got to say. But the stuff that you like that men disagree with, women like. And you know this. But because of what a man's opinion may appear of you mentally and emotionally gay men that are sexually attracted to women, you guys stay on the lower level and scared to elevate because you worried about a nigga that you love hating. Fellas, how long are y'all gonna be in the closet about your true sexuality? I'm starting to think the women was right all along. All he do was hang with the homies and whoa, yeah, ladies, y'all was absolutely right because he hang out with them niggas all day. They turn them on and he come out and home and fuck you.
So I want to know what you think about that, Laverne, but also I wanted to know what you were saying when you said LA is a mess, because I got my LA stories too.
But let her weigh in on this.
With this conversation, I think he's right about everything, except I don't think straight men are attracted to, I don't think they're attracted to their homies, but they value the opinions of other men so much so that, this is my experience too, that they value the opinions of other men more than their own emotional compass, what they desire. And a lot of men, I believe, they are attracted to women, but I don't think they like them.
Well, that's what he was saying about being emotionally attracted to other men, but you're sexually attracted to a woman.
Yeah, there's a lot of straight men are sexually attracted to women, want to have sex with women, but don't actually like women. Don't actually like us in terms of an emotional connection. It's misogyny. They want to have sex with us, but they don't actually really like us. They don't value us. They value the opinions of men more. I think that's just patriarchy, misogyny. Yeah, I think I didn't hear any lies except I don't think they're physically attracted to the men. I think
You're right.
Because when you say, because the way he's saying it and the way his delivery is coming off like he's saying that all men are gay.
Right.
And you know,
I don't think
is
all
he a
men
gay man?
I don't think so.
I don't. Here's the thing, and I say this all the time, and I know it's y'all hoes in the comments gonna stab me in my eye for this, but whatever. I don't think that all men are gay.
I don't either.
I don't think that all men are trans attracted.
I don't either.
But I think that if a dick gets hard,
I knew it.
I think that if a penis gets erect,
well,
it will do what it needs to do to get soft.
To do what must be done.
I mean, Mo, I know you're a man and you're gonna be over there saying, nah. I know, well, Craig, you gay, but I know, you know, these things. But I truly believe.
But
that if
in my experience, this is, oh girl, I don't want to tell too much of my business. Early in my transition, I met this guy. I was working at a coffee shop in Union Square in New York. Met this fine Puerto Rican man, and he was flirting with me and I was waitressing, he was flirting with me and flirting with another waitress. He waited for me to get off from work, blah, blah, blah. He knew the tea. This is early in the transition. He knew the tea, but he didn't want to see anything. You know what I mean? So it's like he saw this beautiful woman, and that's what he wanted to interact with, and he didn't want to interact with anything else. So what I would say to that, Maddie, is that like they have to be attracted to you. Like they have to be attracted to all of you, because sometimes they might see something that's gonna it was very much boom, and then like he went.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying is, you don't know what happens in a situation.
Yeah.
You just don't. Like, you know, and I really want people to stop putting this, what it is I want to say, Craig. Stop putting an address on shit. Like if a person has an experience or if something happens or this,
it now carries
now
this
you're
label.
automatically, just because this happened does not mean that you're automatic. Like, I can only use me for an example. I can have sex with a woman today. I'm not gay. I'm not a lesbian.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a friend, my friend, he wouldn't mind me saying this. He's passed away now, my friend Ari Gold. Proud gay man, proud gay Jewish man, and he had sex with women sometimes, but he identified as a gay man. And he was like, I'm gay, who I want to fall in love with as a man. Sometimes I might have sex with women, but I'm gay. He's culturally gay. He identified as gay, but occasionally he would have sex with women. And so I think that's sexuality is more complicated and being gay specifically is more complicated than you have sex with. Gay is a whole culture now. There's a culture, there's a sensibility.
It's a mindset.
It's a mindset. It's an identity. And some people, this is why there's the phrase men who have sex with men, right? Bill Maher had a freak out during, what was it? The monkeypox situation. They were saying men who have sex with men, you mean gay? And I'm like, actually, Bill Maher, he was like railing having one of his rants out of ignorance. The phrase men who have sex with men has existed since the 80s because with the HIV crisis, the healthcare workers understood that there were many men who were having sex with other men, but who did not identify as gay, right? So just for health reasons, you want to use the phrase men who have sex with men so that you can give people the health outcomes that they need around HIV. And so that phrase is actually more accurate because gay is way more than who you have sex with. It's a culture, it's an identity, it's Cher, Madonna, hanging out in a certain neighborhood. And everybody doesn't do that. Obviously, I don't want to stereotype gay folks, but it's just more complicated than that.
Well, when the supermarket sweep came through and gathered the girls up and put them in the checkout basket or whatever, but why is you cackling, bitch?
It's your analogy.
And because this is what you got to know. So what Laverne's saying is men, there was a term, men who sleep with men.
MSM.
Oh.
MSM. And then they came up with SGL, same gender loving, because there are people who just don't identify with the term
particularly gay. Black gay men.
Particularly black.
Particularly
black men who sleep with other men.
A lot of black men who sleep with other men reject the term gay because they feel because it is a lot of stuff attached to it that is cultural that they don't identify with. White gay men have a very specific culture, like mainstream. I would say mainstream white gay men. If you go to Chelsea, well, it used to be Chelsea in New York, now it's Hell's Kitchen. If you go to WeHo in LA, Boys Town in Chicago, there's a whole shirtless, gym body way of being gay that a lot of men who have sex with men don't identify with, especially a lot of black men. So same.
Well, girl, I'm still waiting for you to tell us what happened with LA. Why was LA trash?
I could tell you why.
For me, what LA feels like is everybody in LA is pansexual they're ready to fuck for a come up. That's LA. Yeah. They're really deeply on drugs. Like you really have this drug screening. When you're on apps, when I was single, the screenings you have to do on the apps, you really have to screen for drugs. I screened for drugs in New York, but in LA, you really have to screen for drugs in a different way. So a lot of the trans attracted guys in LA are really on meth, are really doing drugs in a way that they are in other cities. In LA, it's bad. And then there is the come up set. They will have sex with men. They will have sex with women. They have sex with anybody who can get them to the next level.
Right.
It's just the levels of bullshit in LA around dating are really gross. It's just really, it's a lot.
And here's the thing, that whole meth thing, it's becoming big in the black gay culture too. It's not just white gay men.
Oh, yeah?
The black gays are really getting on that meth.
Well, the trade years ago, the guys who were into trans women, it gagged me because I thought it was a gay male thing. But the girls, There are trans women who are getting the chasers, the trade, who has sex with trans women. The girls are getting the trade into. I met this guy on Long Island Railroad years ago, and I was feeling kind. I can say kind here. I was feeling kind. I was like on the Long Island Railroad, like this guy asked for my number. He knew the T, and then we're texting. He was like, "Are you into Tina?" This was years ago. This is 2000.
Oh,
He was like, "Are you into Tina?" I had no idea what he meant.
You mean Turner? As in Turner, what's love got to do with it?
I had no idea. And so I literally texted a friend. I was like, this guy's asking me if I'm into Tina. She's like, girl, Crystal. And I was like, the trade is into Crystal now too, girl. I was like, the girls are getting trade into the Crystal though.
You took us back to New York.
Before we go deep, Laverne, you said
because I'm ready to go deep.
Said, Laverne, do you have maybe like some earbuds or something you can put it? Because people in the comments are saying that there's an echo on your side. So
I do.
Yeah, so I think that they're hearing your speaker.
Okay, give me a second. I have this something.
I love her gloves, honey. She can't listen. She was working earlier, and she said, "Bitch, I got to slide through."
This is my.
I got to slide. She was, she was working, honey. She said, "Bitch, I got to slide through and get the girl. I need to come through because bitch, the fan taught me."
I love you, Maddie, so much.
I know. I love you too. Listen, what y'all don't know, one night, and I'm only gonna say the surface. One night, after the Beyonce thing, me and Laverne hung out in L.A. Right? Was it L.A.? We hung out in L.A. Yeah. We was out in L.A. We was out all night. Bitch, we was out all night. Like
with Miss Mary.
With Miss Mary. We had such a very, very, very good night. Like it was a really good night. It was
epic. It was epic.
Nice.
It was a good night.
If you have the pleasure of experiencing Maddie, Maddie is Maddie all the time. She's Maddie all the time. If you have the pleasure of experiencing her interact with a server or with just like random fans, it's a southern charm. There's a way she flirts. There's a way she asks a question. It's such a key. Bitch, you are a key. I live for you.
Listen, we had such a good night. I mean, the night was so. Yeah. The night was so good because, it was Beyonce, and then we left Beyonce, and we just went to eat. We were in black cars, riding around, honey. We was with the guys and all that type of shit. It was a good night. And one thing I'm gonna always be is myself. And shit, Laverne herself. What I did learn about Laverne that night was I learned that Laverne is very much so. Laverne, you are television through and through, bitch. Ain't no question about it. Laverne TV through and through.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Those people came up there for her fans, and the fans came up there to see her. I was like, girl, she finna hit them with a Whitney Houston. I'm eating.
I mean, it's like
great. You remember off of Bobby and Whitney show? She said, I'm eating. Girl, I wanted to fall out and scream.
Is that what you said, Laverne?
I'm sure I did. Like, you want a photo of me with the food like hanging out of my mouth? Can I'm eating. Like, I'm very into when I'm with my friends or when I'm hanging out, I want to be with the people I'm with. And for me, when I start taking photos, and I think it's because I've done a lot of meet and greets and a lot of whatever, when I start taking photos with strangers or fans, it feels like I'm working. So, yeah. And I work a lot. I work all the time. And if I'm at an event and I'm on, it's like, okay, like do the thing. And if I'm in the right mood, sometimes you catch me in the right mood and it's just beautiful and the fan love. And everybody was lovely who came up. But like when I'm with my friends, I want to be with my friends and I want to like be with you, and I don't want to feel like I'm working.
But girl, it was so funny.
Work all the time.
I'm eating. You want to take a picture of me with food in my mouth? And I sat there and look, I wanted to scream. Because me, I'm very much so like, that's me. And Laverne's like, I'm eating. Girl, I could have Craig.
I used to be that way. I used to be that way in the beginning, and then Orange on 2013 and 2014, Orange is the New Black was really popular because I couldn't walk down the street, girl. There was a minute with Orange when Orange was really popular all over the world, where it got crazy and it got scary. People were running up on me in New York, like literally running up on me. I'm like, do you understand I'm a Black trans? People have been running up on me my whole life. You can't be running up on me on 14th Street. And that's traumatizing. So there was a little residual trauma. I'm very like, before I was famous, I only talked to strangers if they were cute guys. Let's go. We're here tonight in the morning.
Elitist.
When I was single, or like sometimes, I remember when I went to Miami for the first time, I met these really cute girls who, I mean, I'm not into girls, but we ended up talking. We hung out the whole week. I went to Miami for the first time in 2009 by myself on vacation, hung out with these girls all week. That was before Orange is the New Black though. And like, I think it's just like, I'm very protective of myself. And I guess I'm not always clear about what people's motives are and why the love is beautiful and people and fans loving the work, but I'm just really protective of myself. And I have a lot of trauma and just like crowds freak me out. People surrounding me freaks me out. It is what it is. So I have to be generally careful where I go. And in the beginning, I have to say I got a really bad reputation from a lot of my fans who were pissed. And so then what happened is I stopped going to a lot of places. There were a lot of places. Actually, I realized I remember I was at a nightclub with the boyfriend at the time. And this girl it was a Saturday night and I was at a club with my boyfriend and just wanted to have fun with my boyfriend. She asked for a picture. She was drunk. And then she tried to cause a scene. I realized then too, this girl wanted to try to get me in something so she could sue me. In my mind. So you have to start I had to change where I hung out. I was like, this girl is trying to like, girl, you've been around, the girls who are trying to get that lawsuit, trying to get you to hit them or swing or whatever so they can sue you. So I just have to, now I don't go a lot of places. There are a lot of places I don't go now. And so I'm kind of a homebody unless I'm ready to receive the energy and the love. And I really, what's been beautiful post-pandemic, and there was a few years with Orange when it was just crazy. Now that's calmed down a little bit, when people come up to me now, I'm able to be more grateful. I'm able to be happier. I'm hanging out with my friends, I am very grateful, but it's less like, because it's not happening all the time. Anyway.
Well, girl, we got to tie this into fag talk. Girl, I want to know what you think about what's going on with Diddy.
It's so funny. I was watching
because remember when you came
I was on the reality show. I don't work for Diddy. It's so funny because I watched this YouTube channel called Make It Make Sense. Mims. I don't know if you know him. I guess that's his name. And he was like, Laverne was on that Work for Diddy show. I wonder what she thinks. I wonder if anything happened with Diddy. Nothing ever happened with me and Diddy. I met Diddy on the reality show. When I was on the show, he literally interacted with the contestants. I want to work for Diddy season 1, 2008, for the people who don't know. He interacted with the contestants when I was on the show once. He filed us into his LA home, gave a 1-minute speech and filed us out. And then I literally we had a conference call after the show was over about press. And then I literally didn't see him again in person, even though I went to a Diddy party. I was at a Diddy party.
Well, just know that there are cameras in every room of those houses.
But it wasn't in his.
So if you went to the restroom, there's video footage of you somewhere.
I didn't. Even before I don't work for Diddy, I always had connections in New York City. So I found myself at Diddy parties for years. I'm at Marquis, but never at his house for the first time. I never went to any of the Hamptons parties, but he had different parties in the city. At Marquis one time, I remember was Zach Pose. It was Men's Fashion Week, and another Diddy party I had gone to because I knew, you know people and you end up at a Diddy party. But the one at Star Island, I was in Miami for New Year's Eve one year, and he had a party at Star Island, and Andre Harrell saw me at Soho House, and he remembered me from I Want to Work for Diddy. May he rest in peace. He invited me to Diddy's party, and then Derek, who's Diddy's stylist, was at the door. I go.
Farnsworth Bentley.
I'm sorry, what? Derek Roach.
Farnsworth Bentley.
No. Derek Roach.
Okay.
Who I don't know if Derek is still with him. Anyway, he remembered me. I went in. Jesse was. The party was cute, but it was in his yard. So he had porta potties, and then the party was in his yard. I did not go into his house. I didn't see him. No, I'm saying this is just the truth. This is just the truth.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Clear it up.
We're clearing it up now. The party was in his yard, beautiful yard. Everybody was there. It was New Year's Eve. He came through the party at one point, like with security around him. He danced up through the dance floor and then like leaves. And the music was popping. It was a vibe. Diddy's parties are amazing. I didn't go into the house. I don't know what was going on in there. I didn't even do the porta potty because I just was like, I danced, I kikied, and I left. So, and then so I didn't even talk to Diddy that night of his party, because you could be at Diddy's party and not talk to him. And then the time I literally saw Diddy after I Don't Work for Diddy was it was iHeartRadio. It had to be, I was with my boyfriend at the time, who was a huge admirer of Diddy. And I was backstage at the iHeartRadio Awards and saw Diddy. We met and he was like, I'm so proud of you, blah, blah, blah. He actually gave me his number. He was like, she should come to some of the parties. He never invited me to a party. He never texted. And I didn't feel like I should be texting Diddy.
He didn't invite you to a party because he's into men.
Oh,
he's into men. So
but like, the sense I get is that Diddy's into everything.
Right.
From the reports, from what has been reported, allegedly, it seems that Diddy, I think that like, of all the things, so let's break it down. I think of all the things that people are talking about and Diddy's been accused of, he hasn't been charged with anything yet. Long-winded. Yes, I'm long-winded AF, so work with me. Yes, I'm long-winded. Anyway, I think, like, of all the things he's been accused of, and he hasn't been charged with anything yet, people focus on the alleged male on male stuff, and they don't focus on the alleged sexual assault stuff. And I think that's because actually Olayemi did a great podcast on this yesterday with Olay and friends, and she said that in the Black community, often, not her, but her panelists, that often in the Black community, a man can rape somebody, they can do all kinds of horrible things, but if they're a billionaire or if they're really rich, it's like, you can't bring this Black man down, because then they can still, have I can be this. But the second he's maybe gay, then that's the issue. That becomes the issue.
Because we see him as our hero, and it's just like, we can't take down one of our guys that accomplished something that really did.
So, I mean, it's really, I think, at this point, he has not been convicted of anything. We know their court documents. What I love about Mims, make it make sense for all, he's a YouTuber. He gets the court record. So he gets the cases and he reads directly from the court documents. So we get, he does the work for us. So he's been accused of a lot of things. He's fighting some of them. He's settled with Cassie. It's all really unfortunate. And it's really sad if there are these many people who have been victimized by him. There have been rumors for years about him doing various things.
That's what I was going to ask you. Had you ever heard like rumors over the years? Because I've heard rumors.
Oh, yes.
The
first time so in 2008, right after I did I Don't Work for Diddy, I did my first HBO show, Bored to Death, and I was on the pilot. And someone in the crew, because like you could probably Google who the person was. So trying to like be discreet. Someone on the crew was like, "Oh, you just did I Don't Work for Diddy." She used to work for Diddy, and allegedly, this was 2008. She said she walked in on Diddy. She described allegedly. She described something that Jaguar Wright described. Remember the Jaguar Wright story where she says she walked in? Did you know the story? This woman in 2008 described the same thing.
I told a story right here in 2007 when I did my stage play here in Atlanta. Someone that was working with me on the stage play was invited to the Swiss Hotel. This is when the Swiss Hotel existed, right there in the same parking lot with Lenox Mall. And he came into the hotel room. Diddy was on the couch with one or two other guys. They were all in bathrobes. and he saw 2 or 3 guys go from the bedroom to the bathroom and then back, and they were also in bathrobes. And Diddy said to my friend, "Come on in, join the party." My friend is a heterosexual man. And he said, "Come on in, join the party." He said, "Oh, no, I'm good." And he left. That was in 2007.
Okay, so this is my thing, right? What makes them, because Laverne, you're deeper in Hollywood than me. What makes them get to a comfortable place where they just start having sex, like in front of new people or like right. What gets them to that place where they just start doing these things, like, you know? And I have another question. Being that you're deeper in Hollywood than me, you have a lot of different accesses to shit than I do. Have you been in uncomfortable places? Not saying Diddy place, but have you been in uncomfortable places?
First of all, what I think is really lucky for me, I haven't. I've been really lucky that my manager, Paul, who I've been with since 2007, has gone into meetings with me. So I have, but there are girls, I was involved in a project and I met with this producer, and it was a trans related project. Other girls years later told me that person that I met with my manager had sexually harassed them. But I went with my manager to the meeting. So I may have experienced that too, but I had my manager with me, right? So, and he definitely did, definitely. So my experience, when I first started going to LA and I was at events, there were guys, you know, we know the trans attracted guys in the industry. We kind of know. We've heard from this, mainly from the sex worker girls, right? That who they are. And a few of them stepped hard to me. One particularly, and every time I would see him, he would just be like really enthusiastic. And then like it was like the 4th time he saw me, and it was at Soho House, and he was in a meeting with a bunch of people, and then like, oh girl, let me see what I'm trying to like keep it cute. But he didn't like. At one point, he realized that I wasn't going anywhere and that I was in all the same spaces that he was in. And I think, maybe he started dating someone too publicly, and he just stopped. I felt an energy shift, and he just stopped. And I wasn't interested. I had a boyfriend at the time. But he was throwing it. And he's someone I know has dealt with the girls before. Like I know for sure, because I know the tea. But my experience though is a lot of times the guys who we know have been with the girls run the other way when they see me. They're very uncomfortable with us with me. This is what I'm feeling. They're uncomfortable with us in the same rooms with them because they're afraid, or they know we know their tea. And they don't want their tea, they don't want the worlds to collide. A lot of the ways that these men in Hollywood, for the most part, interact with us is through sex work. So they can hire their sex worker. If she's smart, she keeps her mouth shut, so she keeps the coins coming in. And so they have that. But then what's gagged me is that a few sex worker friends of mine, the famous clients, have asked about me. They're like, "Do you know Laverne Cox?" And she's like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Can you hook us up?" And they're like, "Well, she's not a sex worker." But men that I've met and men who I thought was flirting with me, I've learned what I learned from this, because there was a few different times where I was like, "Is he flirting with me?" I was like, "No, he's just being really friendly." They were flirting, because they then went to the sex worker girls and were like, "Can you hook me up with Laverne?"
So I have a question for you. So you said you went to a business meeting with your manager, and you found out later that person had harassed or sexually harassed other trans women.
Correct.
Have we, the general public, heard anything about that? Have any cases?
Not this. This person wasn't famous enough. He was like a producer, executive, whatever. You know?
Okay. Because the reason I was asking is because we hear all of these stories, like in the case of R. Kelly, in the case of Bill Cosby, now in the case of Puffy. All of these people are coming forward who were like, "Oh yeah, that's been happening for years." I guess my question is, at what point do we accept some sort of moral or social responsibility to speak up when it happens, instead of waiting 10, 15 years down the line? And then when somebody comes forward, now everybody want to come and say, "Oh yeah, well, I heard about that back then."
Well, I think it's about power. I think it's about power. I mean, I think when we think of the Harvey Weinsteins, the Bill Cosbys, the alleged Diddy, he hasn't been convicted of anything. These are really powerful people. If you think about, the Bill Cosby moment, I will never forget Wendy Williams talking about She exposed in the early 90s. She talked about Bill Cosby having done what,
Right.
you know.
And I'm just saying, because I just think that if enough people said something 15 years ago, then maybe Bill couldn't have gone as long as he
But
did.
what Bill, do you know what Bill did to Wendy? He called the radio station and tried to have her fired. So when anybody, for a while, they were so powerful. This is pre-Me Too. These men, Harvey Weinstein, these are powerful men who will get you fired, who will ruin your life and career if you say anything. There was a whole period where you couldn't say anything or you would be done. So that's what we have to understand, that this is so much, this is about power. And when Maddie was like, what makes them comfortable with just doing it out in the open? They don't feel like there's going to be any consequences because they have money, because they have power. They're probably on drugs too, right? Allegedly with the Diddy thing, there was a lot of drugs involved. Allegedly. All this is alleged. And it's weird talking about this publicly, but I feel so comfortable with you, Maddie. And
well, here's the thing. You know, I'm not going. We both work in spaces that we can't be. You know, you more so than me, and and that's why there are times that I'm like, Craig, you know, hold up, you know, but Craig be like, girl, I'll be like, hold on, because
I will say, Diddy has not been charged with anything. Right, there have been a lot of accusations. He hasn't been charged or convicted of anything at this point. So I think it's always important to say that. And rumors are just rumors but I do think there's something about whenever there's sexual assault involved, it's rarely about sex. It's usually about power. Yeah. And when powerful men, usually men, but there's stories of powerful women too, also harassing people, sexually assaulting people. It's about this power dynamic. And I think a lot of trauma and people not holding themselves accountable. I think when a lot of what I think about is I've become more famous and more privileged, that I have to interrogate that I have to have moments with myself where it's like, what's my 50% of this? What is my responsibility to the people working with me? What kind of work environments am I creating so that everybody feels safe? Am I getting drunk on my ego and power and constantly asking myself questions and being self-aware and accountable to myself and the people with whom I work? And I think like, if you're not sober, it's harder to do all that, right? But then some people get power, get money, especially in young ages. I think, you know, Diddy, started Bad Boy when he was in his 20s. Getting power and fame really young, and you haven't developed yourself, you may still be in some trauma from childhood where you were denied something and you think you need to have access to everybody, right? And have access to anything because you're rich, because you are who you are, without any critical. So I think it's a lot of stuff going on with all that. And I think we all have to ask myself, I have to constantly ask myself, am I being accountable? What's my 50%? Because it can't just be everybody else's fault, right? What part have I played in this, right? It's like, I'm not into blaming the victim. And I think it's 50% is like, what's my part in it? And then there's systemic things too. Structural racism is real. Transphobia is real. Like misogyny is real. So there's structural things, but then what's my responsibility for my life and how I live my life? But then also what's my responsibility for how I treat people? Mm-hmm. And then if I have wronged somebody, if I have done something that is not, I need to be accountable, and I need to make amends. I need to make it right. And a lot of people I don't see a lot of people in Hollywood. There's so much ego involved. There are people, I know some people in the industry who hold themselves accountable, but there's not a lot of that. There's a lot of ego stroking, a lot of people full of themselves and don't take moments to be self-reflective.
I think what's interesting too, though, something you mentioned about Wendy Williams, she was the connecting point, not just about Puffy, but also Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Like you said, you know what I'm saying? Like she was blowing the whistle about those two years ago. And it just kind of,
radio. Yeah.
Yeah. Like she lost her job at that radio station in New York and ended up having to go down, I think, to Philly or DC, one of them.
But
it was Philly, yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that I didn't like about Wendy, it's during that era.
Mm-hmm.
What I didn't
the radio days, woo.
Yeah, I didn't like the thing I didn't like about Wendy during that era it's just she helped with a lot of the stigma around men being involved with the girls
and just being
the
gay.
girl and with other men. How you doing came out of
How you doing? Yeah,
the men being gay and then
Yeah.
going on the DL.
So-
I mean, let's just okay. First of all, I want to say I love Wendy Williams.
Yeah.
Her show. I'm a big fan, but I'm a big fan of a lot of people. But that doesn't mean I didn't watch critically. Wendy Williams consistently, even though the TV show got better, Wendy was consistently really homophobic. She was like, why is a man wearing this? And that's not manly. And a man's supposed to be doing this. And a woman's supposed to be doing a lot of retrograde, like straight up homophobic shit, you know? And I think we can say this with love, like love for her. I hope she's well. I really love her. Parasocially, I did her show once. I don't know her like that, but I love her. I have love for her as an entertainer. I think she's funny as F. She's funny as fuck. I can usually, it's not cursing. We can curse here, but I love her. But she was homophobic and transphobic as fuck.
Yeah. And here's the thing. So two things can be true at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, just like, which I'm going to segue into this. And I'm going to be respectful in it.
I love Matt. I love that. I love it when you're like, okay.
Yeah, because see, I know here's the thing, Laverne. I know we reckless. And then I know that I can't get you into no shit. I ain't gonna never try to get you into no shit.
I live for you.
But the Breakfast Club.
We'll handle
it.
We'll handle it.
Right? The Breakfast Club. The Breakfast Club. Okay. So we watched. So Flame was just up there on the Breakfast Club.
And recently, like again, like
yeah, she was just she was just up there today.
Charlamagne loves him some Flame. He loves Flame. Yeah,
she was just up there today, and she had a conversation about and they had a conversation about trans in sports and stuff like that. And no shade, I agree with lots of the things and lots of the sentiments that she had, because I've talked about it on this show. Why can't we, as trans people, have our own leagues? Like I'm also, and I may get sliced up for this, but I'm also not opposed to us having our own bathrooms and our own. Like I feel in a space at times why can't we have our own shit? Like, why can't we have our own shit? I want to have our own stuff. Like, can we not?
May I? So there's nothing wrong with us having our own stuff. But how many trans athletes actually exist in
That's what I said when we talked about
I know,
this.
I saw it. But it's true. When we think about, what state was it? Fisher Wells was, I think, Kentucky. Fisher Wells is a trans girl. She was 12 at the time, and she started a field hockey. She started it. So basically, like, they hadn't had a field hockey team. She's a trans girl. She got all these girls together, starts a field hockey team, gets enough team members together so they can compete. Right before their first game, she finds out she can't compete because she's trans. She tested, there's a beautiful video of her testifying before like the state legislatures or whatever. They passed a sports ban in Kentucky, and she's the only trans athlete that we knew of in Kentucky. The governor of West Virginia was on MSNBC with Stephanie Rule and had just signed a sports ban in West Virginia. And he said, we have to be fair and we don't want anyone taking advantage of things. And then Stephanie Rule was like, do you have any examples? And people taking advantage of and pretending to be trans in the state of West Virginia? He said, no, he didn't know of any trans athletes in West Virginia. At the time, nobody knew of any trans athletes in West Virginia. So my thing with trans people in sports is that when Flame goes on to Breakfast Club and has this conversation, when you two have the conversation, as we have the conversation now, what I would invite us to do is understand that we are having a conversation that the right wing started in a way to scapegoat trans people. That was the way. So if we think historically, if we look back at 2016 and the bathroom bill in North Carolina, HB2, they passed that. There was backlash all over the country. That law was repealed. They try to do bathroom bans in Arizona and Alaska for years, and the bathroom bans did not work. And so the right-wing think tanks went back into the lab and said, well, marriage equality is the law of the land. What can we do? They polled people, they did demo, and they're like, trans people in sports. People aren't going to think that's fair. Let's go that route. So then on Fox News, Fox News has covered trans people in sports like 1,000 times more than like mainstream media. Because I've done the research. If you put like Fox News into YouTube or Google, they've done hundreds of segments. Those girls from Connecticut, they were all over Fox News, those trans girls from Connecticut. You would think that trans women were dominating in sports and taking over. That is not the case. The one or two times that trans women have actually won, those stories are amplified to such an extent, particularly in the right wing, but everywhere, that it's like, seems like this isn't fair. And they're like, fairness is important. And so they made it an issue. So to scapegoat. And then that was the gateway. That was the Trojan horse. And now we have bans on gender affirming care. Now 24 states have sports bans for trans youth, and 23 states have bans on gender affirming care for young people. That sports was the gateway. So I think it's important when we have the sports conversation to understand that we're having a conversation on the terms of our oppressors. The reality is that there are not enough trans people in sports to start our own league, or that when we're not taking over women's sports. That is a talking point of right-wing conservatives that they've roped everybody into. And they do an amazing job, not just with trans issues, but with every issue of setting the agenda. Critical race theory. All of a sudden, everybody's talking about critical race theory. And so we, as media consumers, have to really think critically and say, why are we having this? Why are we talking about trans people in sports? There's not that many of us. It is a concerted effort to escape. Literally, they did focus groups, the Alliance Defending Freedom, Heritage Foundation, all these right-wing think tanks. They're organized, they're well-funded, they get the talking points out. All this anti-trans legislation, they get it directly from Alliance Defending Freedom and just change the names. Literally, the legislation comes straight from these think tanks and from these right-wing groups, and they put it in, and they lobby the legislatures, pay them off. They pass these, and put these bills into law, and they have enough Republicans in the state assemblies, the Senate, and Republican governors who sign them. And even when Republicans and Democratic governors veto it, they have enough people to override these things. So for me, the trans people in sports, I think Chris Mosier is actually a trans athlete, a trans man, and not concerned about trans men. I think he's better equipped to have the conversation about trans people in sports. I think we can look at data. But I think when the second we start going into the data and the fairness and all that stuff, then we're having the conversation on their terms. And then I would also say, if you are so concerned, and I said this before, if you're so concerned about trans women having an unfair advantage, let trans children have access to gender affirming care. Because if you don't, the only advantage happens at puberty. If trans kids are allowed to, under the supervision of a doctor, and the American Medical Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society all say that gender affirming care for young people, when monitored by a doctor, including therapy, is safe. If we let trans kids transition and get access to puberty blockers, if it's appropriate for them and their doctor says it's okay, then there is no unfair advantage.
I hear you, and I agree with everything.
So they're banning gender affirming care for kids and sports at the same time.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was long-winded, but hopefully you were with me and you feel me.
Yeah.
Because Flav was also in the comments. I posted it there. I was going to say, what do you all think about because Flav said the WNBA started small, the special needs competition started small. What do you say about that? Because maybe if the internet or organization put it out there saying, hey, we're starting a trans league of whatever sport, do you think more trans identified people will come out to participate?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not opposed to trans people starting their own sports league.
Yeah,
but I think we need to be critical of why. I don't have a problem with that, but I think we need to be critical of why this is such a big part of the conversation. This is not an agenda that trans people started. This is
Right.
an agenda that, that's my only thing. And then I would
Okay.
also say, and one other thing I would say, I think that's really important are the same arguments that they use against trans women in sports, they use against Black women in sports. Historically, they said that like Black women's joints are different. They have unfair testosterone advantages. Parents are going to, there was a story in, I forget what state it was in. A grandfather went to a soccer match and said, why is that boy playing on this sports team? It was a non-trans girl. She had just cut her hair short. And so now people are accusing non-trans women of being trans because we have these transvestigators who thinks everybody's trans. And so then what's happening is that the bodies of non-trans women are being policed. Are you too masculine? Then they're like, some of the sports fans, they want to like do genital checks. They want to do DNA checks on all the women competing. So then this actually like puts all women in sports in like in invasive spots. And then it's consistent with a history of Black women being singled out and being told that they're too masculine. When the second we start this policing of womanhood, there's only one kind of woman you can be, right? There's only one kind of woman, and it's never been Black women. Never. And we already see it when we look at the Williams sisters, we look at Caster Semenya, we look at Black women in sports already. So it's just a complicated issue that I think that like, I'm not opposed to us having our own leagues. I'm not opposed to any of that, but I think we should be aware that like they're making all this stink about maybe less than 100 people, maybe less than 60 people that exist in this country, adults and children.
I do agree. I agree with what you were saying. I do think that when we talk about the people that this is actually happening to, but I do agree with what you're saying though, because we only see the cases where it's amplified in those instances where a trans person, where a trans athlete actually won. It's not happening as often as they make it seem. But in the instances where it is happening, would you say, because you were talking about, what is it, HRT and when it should begin, do you think that matters though? Like if I was a young trans person.
I think it does.
Excuse me. I think it does play a part in, I do too. I think it plays a part in whether or not they will have an unfair advantage if they were, you know what I mean? If they didn't start their transition until later in puberty, as opposed to
what we know about sports is that before puberty, there's actually boys don't really have an advantage over girls. A lot of times, so we see girls beating boys before puberty often, right? So the advantage happens with puberty. So if we're going to have the conversation about this, then we look at the data and we look at the statistics. The reality, there's not been enough studies on trans women in sports. Like when I was doing a podcast episode with Chase, and I was just like, okay, let me look at the data, right? Because then you'll see right-wing people like cite data. There's really been only 3 real research projects on trans women in sports, and the sample sizes were really small. The best one was able to look at trans women pre-transition and post-transition, but it was a really small sample size of women, and I think it was only in relationship to running. Different sports you'll have a different advantage in different sports based on testosterone, and then in that one study, the trans women definitely lost speed, lost strength post-transition. Of course, they did. But there hasn't been enough research on actual trans women, the effect of hormone replacement therapy after a certain number of years. There just hasn't, because there's not a lot of us playing sports, and there hasn't been enough research. So what the sports conversation does, making it about sports, is then it actually objectifies trans people, and it forces us to begin to think about, well, they're really just a man. They're not really women. And it's not fair for a man if you go through a male puberty. So then it automatically starts misgendering us. It automatically reduces us to our testosterone levels, our joints. And then we're talking about us as parts and not as whole people. So I didn't talk about sports for a long time because I understood that would lead to trans people being objectified and dehumanized. And what we've seen in all this anti-trans legislation, anti-trans rhetoric, is we've been successfully dehumanized by the right wing and by a lot of New York Times, a lot of quote unquote mainstream media. They've successfully dehumanized us, and they've been able to take away our rights. And so what we need to begin to do is envision what it looks like to be rehumanized. What does that look like? And I live for you, Maddie, and I think I think in context, I live for you saying you know, dick at the top. What is it? Tits at the top and dick at the, like, you're very open about your surgical status and your genital status. It's something I never talked about publicly.
I know you don't.
It's something I would never talk about publicly. And the reason I don't is because that becomes I think, like, when we think about language that can be dehumanizing for trans people, focusing on body parts, surgery, and transition can be dehumanizing. I think it also can be really empowering too.
It can be. That's the only way Maddie talks about trans will learn anything. Yeah. I say that all the time. I've learned more about trans women from her because she has been willing to be open and share.
And I think it's beautiful, particularly in community, to see, because every trans person, there is a myth that we all want to have bottom surgery, that we all want to have gender reassignment surgery. That's not true. And Maddie, being openly and proudly who she is, gets to, like, tell a different story, right? And I think that's beautiful and empowering. And there's only one T.S. Madison. Like, there's not a lot of people who can have the conversation the way you do, be as empowered as you are, and not be reduced to. And there are probably people out there who attempt to, but you can't be reduced to anything because you're T.S. Madison. Right. So, but then you're you. But I think at the end of the day, I would invite us to think about what is dehumanizing language. What does it mean and look like for us to rehumanize trans people? Because that needs to be the work right now, that we're human beings. But you come with your full humanity, flaws. And part of what humanizes us is when you clap back, when you're realist. I mean, you're real as fuck. That's humanizing. And even so, but you have a platform. You have a platform that you created, that your story is not being filtered through a mainstream media lens and context. The reason why you're able to have the conversation, the way you're able to have it, is that the cis normative, and we're going to say cis this time, the cis normative, heteronormative, patriarchal gaze, how we see GAZE, is decentered on your platform in this context. The only way, and I realized this many years ago when I watched Her Story with Angelica Ross and Jen Richards, they were able to have conversations about genitalia because the patriarchal gaze, the way that heterosexist patriarchal gaze, that way of looking through a heteronormative lens, was decentered. So when that lens and that frame is decentered, then we can have the conversation. This is your platform. We're not looking, you are the center of this platform. This is you, your lens is foregrounded. And so you can have this conversation in this context in your way. If this was filtered through a cisgender filmmaker or even a talk show host interviewing you, it could be a very different thing. Okay.
Yeah, but and I get it. And I think this is why it's important for all of us to, well, for the public, to make sure that they don't take the words and the language of one person in specific and just be like, okay, well, this is how it all works. Because, you know, like I said earlier, in instances when Flame was having that conversation on the Breakfast Club, I was in agreement, you know, but when, you know, and talking to you, listening to the statistics on it, because I'm not into sports. I don't care anything about sports. I don't even go to.
Me neither, girl. I watch tennis. I love my tennis. I love tennis. That's it. I don't play, but I watch.
But to that point, you know, you said you were in agreement with a lot of what Flame said on that Breakfast Club interview, and I too. But then there are people who may be trans who may not agree, and we spend a lot of time on this show talking about we're not a monolith.
Yeah.
And we may be able to slide on over to the them and they thing from the show last week.
Yeah.
But we spent a lot of time saying that as a Black gay man, we're not a monolith. My views are not going to be the same as every Black gay man moving around. Same for you. You two are both Black trans women, but your experiences are going to be different.
Absolutely.
But I think that sometimes, even though we spend a lot of time saying we're not a monolith and people aren't expected to be, we say that, but I think people are expected to be, because this whole argument, you know what I mean?
A lot of people don't know trans people personally, and then they will make I see it all the time on the internet. I'm all over the internet. I see people making blanket statements about trans people all the time. There's a lot of different kinds of trans people who are visible, who are not doing the things like that they're accusing trans people of doing. Tons of us who have public platforms, but then they'll like see one messy girl, and I think we have the right to be messy. I think we have the right to be cringe. There's a bunch of non-trans people out there, messy, cringe, ratchet. We should be able to be all the things, right? As a trans people. But then they'll take one trans person and say we're all like that. And it's just kind of like, but you don't do that. And honestly, that happens with Black people, that happens with immigrants. It happens to everybody except straight white men. So it's not fair, and it shouldn't be. And I'm always thinking about, like, is this going to represent my community in a bad way? Especially like when it's the 10th anniversary of the Time Magazine thing this year. Especially being on the cover of Time Magazine. So many of the choices I've made over the years are like, I cannot ruin this for my community, right? Because so I've thought a lot about that. I've been allowing myself to be more free over the years and more authentic. And for years I wouldn't have been on a bikini on Instagram, for example. And I let myself do that. And I'm like, we're having this conversation. So we can't be expected to hold up the mantle for the entire community. The answer is more representation. The answer is more of us with the platform, who are gonna and your audience, Maddie, is really they love you, and it's a specific audience that I may not appeal to, or another trans person might not appeal to, but like we should be everywhere, and there should be more of us everywhere.
Yes, and that's why I do it. And here's the thing, like, we get into situations where there are lots of things but I learn a lot when I talk to you, because
you have different experiences.
You have different experiences, and you're more educated on a lot.
I research a lot. I'm
not gonna sit up here and researching on no trans stuff, because I'm trans. That's it. That's how I be feeling. But I'm also from the perspective of, well, these are my life experiences, and this is theirs, and this is this person's, or whatever. And there have been times that people have been angry with me, for being or bringing flame on my platform and letting flame go. But I'm like, these are her experiences.
But I said something to you the other day on the phone. We were talking. Some of these children out here that are arguing and being upset with flame that you're now friends with are the same girls that would be tearing her up if she was still in sex work. If you had met some of these trans women that are advocating and that are activists, but angry in their activism, if you had crossed paths with those, they would be tearing you up the same way. I believe that a lot of these trans women are only accepting you now because you've turned that corner. But they would not give you grace either, because again, there's this expectation that you're trans, I'm trans, we need to move, see, and think and feel alike. Well, and that's just not the case.
Well, I also think too, like Laverne, to back up what Laverne said that she's very cognizant of, especially with the anniversary of Time coming up. She's very in her head, like, I got to make sure that when I step out into a place or position, that because I know that these people are going to look at me from all political aspects and everywhere. They're going to look at me from the perspective of, this is the representation.
Correct.
When there are many facets of
us.
Many facets of us. And so, yes, I am one representation of the girls. I'm a big voice for the girls.
I've been saying that since I've had a public platform, but you can say it till the cows come home, but that doesn't mean that people aren't making you into that and aren't like looking at the other voices and trying to bring them in. I try to do that as much as possible. But it's just, it's hard, and it
is. But what's good is, what is a necessary component in all of this is this. You see how she come on my platform? You see how I come over? You see how she's had me on hers? You see how we can collectively get in the room? We need to all be able to sit in the room, all be able to share our experiences, all be able to talk in public about, the different walks of life that we've been through. Like, I have been a sex worker. I was notorious. I was infamous in sex work. I was infamous in adult film. I was infamous in these things. I'm also 47 years old.
Right.
And so, I have a different life experience. Laverne has a different life experience. But yes, we are trans.
Correct.
There are things that are happening now. And you said that I've turned a little bit. It's not that I turned. And I understand what you're saying. You said I turned a little bit. I also started to get the revelation and understanding, like, lots of people are listening to me.
Correct.
And so it's important for me to understand that I, in the public, am a representation of a community of people that are voiceless. And so therefore, even though I may not be in total agreement, because I'm not in total agreement with everything, because I'm to a space right now, Laverne, I don't understand heavily all the non-binary stuff. I don't understand it. However, I'm not telling you.
I know you're not. Go ahead.
I just want to say this.
No, okay.
However, I make it my business and my duty to try and respect or try to hear what they're saying and try to be like, okay, well, man, I don't have a full understanding of the things, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply my respectability policy that I have as a human being and respect. I've been in hot water before, and now I'm listening to you saying, like,
we've all been in hot water. It's as careful as I've been in hot water.
Right. Because there's always going to be somebody that's not going
to
agree with what you say. But here's the thing that I do want to say to what you just said. Now, see, from my vantage point, I am offering respect to non-binary people. I just don't agree.
Okay.
What is it that you don't agree with? I remember this episode. What is it that you don't agree with? What is that?
That I'm not being respectful because I'm opting to call a non-binary person their name as opposed to trying to make sure that I'm saying them or they. Because I don't want to run the risk of if you present as male to me. Case in point, there was a non-binary person who came to the show the other day. Name is Marcus. That's a male name typically, right?
Yes. And I like Marcus.
I do too.
And when I looked at Marcus, because I'm gonna help you.
Go ahead.
When I looked at Marcus, I thought Marcus was a woman. I thought Marcus was a she.
I did too.
But what I did was I allowed Marcus to tell me that they were a they. And then, I knew how to have a conversation with Marcus and say, and respectfully say they and them to Marcus.
Correct. And Marcus came to me and said, I love you too, Craig. And I'm one of them. I'm a them and they.
He saw the episode.
Right.
They saw the episode.
Right. Marcus said, and I'm okay with you calling me my name, but you're probably not going to remember. And here we are almost a week later, and I remember Marcus's name.
Right.
So I'm just saying, it's not that I don't respect Marcus or people like Marcus. I'm just saying, for me, I would rather just say your name. But just because I'm choosing to say your name as opposed to conforming, if you will, to what everybody else thinks I should say and do, just to be politically correct.
Well, what Marcus thinks you should say or do, right?
Right.
Marcus out of respect, what Maddie was saying with respect, when we respect people, we actually do honor their pronouns. Can I tell you? So I had when they, them really began to emerge, I had a lot of difficulties with they, them as well. And this was this is maybe 10 years ago, eight to 10 years ago, right? And I started transitioning in 1998, 51 years old. And I've even, know about, neo-pronouns. I've known about neo-pronouns for a while, but I was having difficulty with they and them. And I met someone who I just, as a friend, just began to have a tremendous amount of love for. They are just an incredibly beautiful person, so beautiful soul, brilliant, so smart. And they use they and them pronouns. And I was just like, I love this person and I need to get this right because I see them and I understand that they want to be seen. And then they expressed to me how hurt they were when a childhood friend couldn't get the pronouns right. And I was just like, I need to get this right. And so I got it right. And then I also was, we always are reminded that we always use they in a singular way when we don't know someone's gender. Somebody called yesterday, oh, who were they? We use they in a singular way already. So we already do it. It is an adjustment for sure. But what I've come to understand is that it's an adjustment I want to make out of love for my non-binary siblings. And the love that I had too, and maybe it's a different experience too, before I medically transitioned, when I started wearing makeup in high school and girls' clothes in high school, not dresses yet because I was gayer, but I was very androgynous, or what we would call non-binary or gender non-conforming in high school and in college. So in high school and college, I had a shaved head, drawn on eyebrows, lashes every day, beat face, a skirt. It was giving, a little Grace Jones, a little, I was very gender non-conforming for many, many years before I medically transitioned. I was in denial about being a trans woman. I had a lot of trauma around it, blah, blah, blah. I've been in therapy and I'm who I am now and I'm grateful. But in those years of being gender non-conforming, particularly on the streets of New York, it was so brutal. When you are visibly trans, and if you are a person who's clearly assigned male at birth and you are wearing what people think are women's clothes, the world is cruel to you in a way. They're cruel to all of us, but the world is cruel to non-binary people, to gender non-conforming people in a way that is so brutal. It's so violent. It's insane. And so I think because of that experience too, of me having lived in a kind of gender non-conforming space, I get and understand the experiences of my non-binary siblings in a way that I lived it. And it was not cool. And it was horrible. And what they experience is, this makes me want to cry because I with the trauma, you know how it is for the girls when they spook, right? But when we've been on moans for a minute, even people usually spook my tea. I'm from New York, so we say spook or clock or whatever. It's not cute, but when I got to a point in my transition where I was able to people would spook, but usually they would spook when they were getting in and attracted and whatever. That's when but generally speaking, it's ma'am, it's whatever, and I'm living my life. Before hormones, before medical transition, it was the second I walked out of the house, it was that's a man, just really not cute. Really, really not cute. And
let me say this. I want to add this.
Yes.
So under Gay Magazine, when they did that story of us from the City Winery show, what's interesting is the them and they came up in the conversation in the interview. What's fascinating to me is that the small minority of people that watch who feel like I'm disrespecting people by using their name said that I'm being disrespectful. But when you look at the comments down there, it's sheer disrespect. So I find it quite paradoxical that you're telling me that I'm being disrespectful by using somebody's name, but yet you're in the comments saying, oh, you're an old queen, you're an old messy queen, that you're just set in your ways and this, that, and the third. And all of the slurs and things that we know are inflammatory in our community, using words against me that were used against you by your loved ones and friends. But in an effort to try to change my mind, you cast aspersions.
That's not going to change anybody's mind.
And that's not going to change anybody's mind. And so my point is, you calling yourself an activist, or you're so pro this and pro that, but it's that's not how. That's not gentle.
Are these people who we know who have their face on the comment? Are there emojis in the comments? Are these real people?
A little of both. A little of both.
I mean,
but the thing is, that stuff doesn't shake me, because I'll be 48 next Saturday. So when you're clear,
I'm the oldest one here.
No, Mo is he's with Mo. Okay.
I'm the youngest one
here. But the thing is, when you know your name, those things don't.
You're not that young, Mo.
Those things don't bother you. But more importantly, my self-esteem is not tied to the comments.
I think, Craig, what they were trying to point out, and I'm not on anything here, because I've chosen just like I've chosen what Laverne understands. Like I've chosen not to say cis anymore.
Right.
Like I've chosen not to say.
I went through a moment where I'm sometimes when I say cis normative, I had to say cis. I've actually chosen not to say cis too. I had a moment, girl. Woo! I had a moment and it's just honestly at a moment. It was right around. Do I want to? We want to bring her up. It was around the moment when Jess had her period comment, menstrual cycle comment, that went viral, and I did some. And when I went live to talk about that, I was talking about that as a distraction. That like, there's all these things happening with trans people right now, and then when trans people come up, it's in the context of what Jess said, and that's a distraction. People did not want to hear it. In my on my page, a lot of Black women apparently were just they were hung up on cis. They were hung up on what Jess said, and I was just like, this is a distraction. And after those 2 days, I was just like, I can say non-transgender. Before I adopted cis, I said non-trans woman or non-trans man. And the point of cis has been around forever, but the point of that is to like, because biologically we're all sort of different things, real women. The point of that language is to not stigmatize trans womanhood and to decenter non-trans women, right? We're all women, but people have used it to cry discrimination, to say that they're somehow being discriminated against and that it's a slur. And I understand. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's BS. However, if someone is not going to be able to hear my message because they get hung up on a word that's not serving me, so I'm willing to let that. I can say non-transgender. I can let that word go, so we can get to the
right.
Tip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I do want to know this, because of all of the discrimination and all of the hate that's going on. Like, what ways do all of you think that we could come to like a conclusion to where basically everybody could just really just get along and respect everybody?
I can tell you straight up. One, we're never going to be able to come to that conclusion of especially when it comes down to things outside of what is considered the norm or outside of the norm. We are abnormal to normal folks, even with all the education and all the the stuff out there that people can learn. We're still outside of the norm bubble, and we're still them over there. Even when we're having the conversation about Black people, gays are always omitted from that conversation. Like we're always pushed outside of that. When we're having a Black rally, a Black something, all people Black except them. So we're never going to be able to come to that space because they don't even see us as human.
Right.
No, listen, no part of our letters do they see us as human. They don't see they definitely don't see the trans as human. They barely see the gay men. Barely.
Right.
And this is why I'm always on top of gay niggas about supporting your trans sisters. Like, bitch, you just now are able.
Correct.
You just now are able
because you got the gays that they trying to get in proximity with the straights because they think they're going to be accepted holistically.
Yes.
But as soon as you turn the corner, you still a sissy.
You still a sissy and a fag. And you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of like when I've been through just like that whole thing with Jess. I saw gay men when we were having that back and forth. And in all honesty, I was very respectful to her the first time. The only reason why she got that second lashing was because I wasn't fucking with her. And she had all ample opportunity when we were having our conversation to have a conversation in the beginning, because one, I did agree with her about females being the only people that can have periods. I did agree with her with that. Two, I also agreed that nobody really can police womanhood, because what is it?
Right.
Okay. And four, I pointed out that I feel that she has some microaggression inside of her because of her being constantly misgendered. And I only use her experiences to make that assumption, because she got on those platforms and she talked about how she's been misgendered numerous times and how she was propositioned to fuck a man because he thought that she was transgender,
right.
and how the moment that she and I were going through bickering back and forth, DJ Academics came out and called her a dude. I had never from the top ever misgendered her or called her a man. I had never done that. I said that she has masculine energy and that she moves with a lot of masculine energy, and that she's up north, so she's.
I think it's beautiful when women have masculine energy. There's so many women who are straight and gay and queer women with masculine energy. I love women who have masculine energy. There's nothing wrong with having masculine energy. And if we are balanced, we all have a little masculine, a little feminine, and embracing all of that is beautiful. I just want to say with Jess, just since I'm here, that I was on the Breakfast Club with her and we had a lovely conversation. She relayed one of those stories to me, and I have love for her. I did when she went on the tirade about the menstrual cycles, that was a mess. That was a mess. And I can lovingly have love for her and say, wow, girl, that was a lot. And then I think too, what I think that example of though is that the young trans woman who made that comment, I had never heard of her, and I don't know what. And I looked her up, and at the time I forgot. This was a while ago. I think she has a little bit of Blossom. Yes, yeah, thank you. I think she has a little bit of a following, but this is what. And the fact that Jess even heard about it is that this is what happens. Is that one statement that a lot of trans people might not co-sign or agree with, one statement that may be way left, that sounds a little outrageous or taken out of context, because apparently Blossom was defending a trans man when she made that statement. Apparently, that statement out of context goes viral, and then it makes all trans people look crazy. We've gone too far. People who are anti-trans use statements like that. So it's really important for us. Well, when I said that this is a distraction, that's what I was pointing to. That there's plenty of trans people with voices speaking up every day who are not talking about this. And then these are the things that get blown up to make trans people look crazy, like we've gone too far. And it's important for us to critically engage with this media. Why are things going viral? Why are things blowing up? Anyway.
I want to talk about this, Lee. I never when I went the second go round and I said Heath just hilarious, and I'm not finna have to point, because if I want to call a motherfucking bitch a nigga, bitch, I'm sitting in this fucking chair, I'll call a motherfucking bitch a nigga, and because ain't now bitch gonna whoop me. That's one. Two, when I said just hilarious, I was wearing into her name. And yes, I was on the spectrum of being shady to her. However, I still never called her a man. One. Two, I still continue to affirm her as I'm doing now by saying she and her and her and her. No matter what the fuck a name is, bitch, when I'm using pronouns, that's how I'm affirming who the fuck she is. Now, when we talk about this right here that I got on the internet and I tweeted about, yes, there are women out there in the world who get clocked and they feel some type of way towards the girls because they are getting fucking clocked. So we're not going to sit up here and act as if I was saying something that was so fucking foreign, because there are cunts out here in the world that get the fuck clocked. There are cunts that get clocked, that has pussies and giving birth, and niggas still be calling them a motherfucking man. And so because of that, those women walk around with their feelings. There are a lot of women that walk around in their feelings. And I do feel that Jess Hilarious is one of those women that walk around in their motherfucking feelings, because what you bitches don't know is the conversation that go on that we trannies have to hear all the time. Bitch, I'm a real motherfucking woman. How in the fuck do you get a real woman confused with a fucking trainee? If this not your lived experience, you can't tell fucking me how in the hell to make a tweet and talk about what I know. If you're not a woman who has experienced umpteen time of being fucking clocked Don't come telling me about no shit. I hang with bitches. I was raised by women. I done hung with a whole bunch of women. So don't come telling me about what the fuck I know. When I made that tweet, I tweeted and I stated, there are many women who have or who have been mistaken for trans women that feels, and my statements are still the fucking same today, that feel some kind of way because they are constantly misgendered. They feel some type of way. Walking around with a real pussy, and you have to, and a nigga is over here calling you a fucking dude, and you have to say, why the fuck do they think that I look like a fucking trans? I'm not no fucking trans. Do you know how I tell y'all my life experiences of me being out in the club with fucking women, hanging out with women, and the bitch done clocked one of the girls, and then they clocked me, and so all the women over there pulling out their ID. If you watch my show, you hear me say this kind of shit all the time. So I talk to y'all motherfucking bitches from experience. When those women start pulling out their ID, oh, I'm real. I'm not no motherfucking man. I'm a real bitch. You don't think that they felt some type of way that some niggas clocked them because they round me? Y'all gotta eat my ass with shit like that, coming feeling some type of way. And I cuss y'all out. I cuss y'all out on that spectrum because y'all be acting like what I'm saying is some foreign ass, like I'm just saying some foreign shit, or I'm so anti-woman and all this stuff. We can address the elephant in the room. There are lots of women that feel some type of way about the girls just because they feel that that womanhood is being trampled on, impeded on, stepped on, looked over because trans women exist. And that is not the case. So miss me with that shit. I could post a picture somewhere, any motherfucking where, and the first line of people is up under there screaming about how I will never be a fucking woman. This is my daily experience. You'll never be. I got telling me about their pussies and the kids that they can have and the men that they can this and the other. I don't want to hear that when I'm posting my shit. I'm sorry. I just get tired of them trying to make it out like I was attacking Jess because I never attacked that girl. I never attacked her. Now, I wore her ass out the second go round. Yes, I did. And if round 3 ever come, she's going to move. She's going to move out of the United States.
Are you good, Maddie? Have you gotten it out? Have you gotten it out? Are you good?
I did.
Okay. I think there's a few things because like I get this too. Whenever I go live, people are always like wanting to misgender me and call me a man. You know, I ignore it though. And I think part of your brand, Maddie, is that you engage, you clap back. If people come for you, you come for them. And there is a whole culture and brand in that. You know, we see a Real Housewife of something commenting or something, you know, these things, and this is part of entertainment and people find these back and forth entertaining. This, whether it's good or bad, this is part of the culture. And I don't clap back because it's just, for me, energetically, I can't put myself in that energetic space.
Listen, I tear a bitch up if I need to.
But yeah, but that's your brand. But I think at the same, for me, I always want, and someone said that allegedly, apparently Jess misgendered me at some point. I don't care. I'm going to love on her. I'm gonna love on her when she's wrong. I'm gonna love on her. I try to be about love even when I don't know somebody, and I can love somebody from a distance too. And with boundaries. And honestly, that's the best way to love is with boundaries. So that you can love more easily with boundaries. And I had a lovely experience with her on the Breakfast Club when we chatted, and she talked about that experience of being, the celebrity who reached out to her and wanted to give her apparently $50,000 to, penetrate him. And we had a moment, and it felt real, and it was really beautiful. And I value that. I really do. And she said some things that are transphobic and wrong since then. Absolutely. Did I reach out to her privately? I did. I'm just gonna love on her because it's deeply painful, and I think that like the bigger conversation for me is that this has been the experience of Black women since Black women existed, specifically, right? But like that when Sojourner Truth in 1851 said, "Ain't I a woman?" in Ohio, she said it in the context of a society that denied her womanhood because she was a Black woman, and you know, Black women aren't real women because only white middle class and upper class women, white women are women, and she's not Black because she's not a man, right? So there's the intersection of sexism and the intersection of racism, and that's been the experience. Pauli Murray called it Jane Crow instead of Jim Crow. So that's been the experience of Black women in America and globally from time immemorial. And so I have love, but the work for a non-trans woman who is experiencing that and is getting in her feelings about being misgendered, what I would invite her to do is critique what is a woman and why and how we've constituted what womanhood should be and how deeply racist it is. How deeply racist, how we conceive of womanhood in the context of white supremacy that Black men, Black women, Black people perpetuate. There's so many when we see the rappers who are deeply colorist, perpetuating all of these ideas about good hair and what a woman should look like that never includes Black women, like Black women who look Black with Black features and 4C hair. When you talk about white supremacy and colorism, that's the conversation. It's not actually these trans women are making it harder for us. It's this white supremacist, imperialist, capitalist patriarchy that's making it hard for us Black women.
But see, Laverne, you can say that and you can understand that from a higher thinking point of view. If you lay that down into a room full of women, they're not going to see that from that space.
Olayemi does. Olayemi, you went on Olayemi.
Olayemi
does. There are women, but unfortunately, this is where I have to check myself. Unfortunately, Olayemi is a lawyer. A lot of the women who understand it have graduate degrees and are intersectional feminists and who've been doing the work. And so unfortunately, a lot of the way I talk and a lot of the way I communicate, I'm working on it, it feels elitist. It feels academic.
Listen, they've called me elitist over here.
The people who get it
I'm not
are
elitist.
Educated. Like
they've called me elitist sitting here.
But the people who get it, I'm just going to say, the people who get it are educated. The people who get it are educated. They're educated on the history of America, on feminism. They've done critical work. And it's not, I don't want to be like, you have to go to college. And I think, but there's plenty of people who get it who haven't been to college.
Okay, listen,
there are plenty of people who get it.
Yeah, Craig, they say you elitist, Craig.
Yeah, because see, Laverne, they've said that to me. They've said, you're elitist. And this is a perfect segue into what you're doing.
CJ, do you see CJ's comment, Craig?
What did he say?
He said you are.
But you are.
But I think this is a perfect segue into what the treatment that Amanda Seales has gotten recently. Because let me just say this. I think that there are a lot of things that are at play. Like we talk a lot about protecting Black women. And I've said this sitting here, I've said it on my own platform. We spend a lot of time talking about protecting Black women, but most times people from ostensibly are talking about protecting Black women from a physical violence in their relationships or from the police.
Yeah.
For me, protecting Black women is about protecting them in a holistic way, even mentally. What they did to Amanda Seales because they don't like her or because she thinks she knows it all or because she's problematic is a problem.
Yeah.
The way that we handle each other is unmentionable, right? But here's what I'll say. When you think about our heroes, Dr. King, W.E.B. Du Bois, Malcolm X, Angela Davis, the list goes on, right? Those people were considered problematic during their time. All Black people didn't see the vision.
Nope.
And they tore them up.
Absolutely.
They didn't become heroes until they were dead.
Angela Davis is still with us.
Well, with the exception of Angela Davis, correct?
Because you killed off
Right,
Sweet
right,
Brown.
right. I was gonna circle
This
back.
girl killed this bitch killed Sweet Brown off last week, 2 weeks ago.
I was gonna circle back.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
But let me finish my point. My point is this. Here's my point. I believe that one day, 50 years after Amanda Seales is dead and gone, the world is gonna see her as a hero. She's a visionary. That woman is brilliant. I don't care what her day-to-day idiosyncrasies are. I don't care if you see her as problematic and this, that, and the third. I think she is a person who expects and demands Black excellence from Black people at all times.
Yep.
And what happens is we sometimes tear each other up because we want to give pushback because, oh, you're elitist. Oh, you think you know it all. Black folks don't know a lot, and I think what's happened is because even like in the comments, some of the people who try to tear me down for whatever reason, they're pushing back because I believe that people are either intimidated by you or they're either inspired by you or intimidated because of you. And so when people in the comments are saying,
or they just don't care, or they just don't care.
And they're in the comments and they're saying, oh, you're just stupid. You're really intimidated because you're insecure. And so what you want to do is you want to try to tear down an Amanda Seales, or you want to try to tear down a Craig Stewart because it's beyond your consciousness. But I just think that we will see this woman as a visionary. And a lot of times it happens after they're gone. We did the same thing with Whitney Houston. I'm not saying Whitney was an academician, but she was a huge talent. And we didn't see her. We laughed, we joked. Now you see all these posts. Oh, I miss Whitney so much. Oh, I wish I would. But when she was on being Bobby Brown, doing this and doing all of that crack shit, everybody thought it was so funny. But we don't preserve people. And my point is, Amanda Seales has said in that interview, she had a nervous breakdown. She said she had a breakdown.
I haven't seen the entire interview. I'm watching in parts. I haven't seen the full interview, but yeah.
Right. What if that lady went on and killed herself because some of you have bullied her in the comments? Because she said herself.
It's not just comments. They were journalists from
Patreon. Grio and all these other
places. On Patreon, she had a conversation with one of the editors. I don't subscribe to her Patreon. I feel like I want more information on Amanda. I'm curious about the conversation that she had with the editor. I'm so curious about what that conversation was about. And she's really smart and really talented. And she speaks up. And I think that like Amanda chooses to speak on a lot of things that I shy away from, or I don't have the courage to speak up on. And when you do, people with various agendas will come for you.
And that's my point. I think that because she speaks on issues, because I speak on issues, they want to say that I'm racist.
But also, I think there's a piece too where there's a respectability narrative too, with speak on it a certain way, right? Especially for women, especially for Black women, that people want you to do. There's a way to do it and there's a way not to do it, right? We hear Black people say, everybody say that, and so I think too that there's so much like misogynoir that like plays into anytime a Black woman, trans or not, is outspoken and does not play the respectability game.
Yeah.
And there's always consequences in white supremacy that can be reinforced by Black people. Mm-hmm. But again, the only thing I would say about Amanda, and I don't know her personally, but I have love for her, and a lot of what she's experienced sounds crazy to me. But what I wonder, and maybe I haven't watched the full Shannon Sharpe interview. I always take a moment to say, okay, if these things keep happening to me, what's my 50%? What is the common denominator? For years, for example, I found myself constantly dating unavailable men. Why am I attracting all these unavailable men? Men have issues. It's not unusual. But then I had to take a moment and say, the common denominator in all these men is me. And is there something going on with me energetically that I might be attracting this? And so what I have, as I've done therapy, done healing and recovery work, I find that I'm vibrating on a different frequency. Mm-hmm. And that and some people can't hear that frequency. And that is and that has to be okay. You know, it's like that has to be okay for me. But I always try to take a moment and say, what is my part? And then like critically engage. And sometimes it can end up being hard on myself. And I have to not, I'm prone to shame. So I can't go into shame, and I'll be really hard on myself. So I have to be balanced that. But I always try to ask myself, what is my part? How did I contribute? You know? And then like, what is the other, you know, then there's systems and there's people's stuff, things that they've internalized. And so,
but I just wanted to circle back to this comment here. That's a lie. When I was talking about Whitney Houston and how we tore her down, that's a lie. Whitney been the T since 85. Some of us have known that she's been the T since 85. But there were black people who booed her at the Soul Train Awards.
Yeah, they did. And when she started to publicly, the Diane Sawyer interview, I don't know how old the commenter is. The Diane Sawyer interview, when the crack is whack comment came out. People, the tabloids ate Whitney up.
Yeah.
Back in pre-social media, tabloids ate Whitney up. They were mean as fuck to her. And
Like
with that golden voice, with that beautiful talent.
Like she was the first celebrity or singer that was drug addicted. They didn't do that to a lot of these white stars.
They were really, really cruel to Whitney. They really were. And so, yes, I remember exactly what you said.
I have a question for you, Laverne. So we talk a lot about race over here. And so
shit.
I know you said that you dated all. You've dated all. And I don't have a problem with that. I have an issue when someone of any race says, oh, I never dated my own race. Whether you're a white person and you only date other, or you're a black person and you only date other. My question is, you had mentioned earlier about systemic racism and all that kind of stuff. Has that ever been a problem in any of your relationships where things going on in the world that have kind of impacted your relationship, maybe because you and your partner at one particular time may have seen something that was really obvious to you, but didn't seem the same to him? Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And the relationships where it worked, we were able to have conversations about it. We were able to, my current boyfriend in 2020, like we've had literal conversations about structural racism, about privilege. I need to be me, like, you know, and I was like, and it was 2020 and like, everybody was talking about structural racism, and bless his heart, he was like, structural racism, is that a thing? And I'm like, yeah.
See, that's exactly why.
I'm like, yeah.
That's why I don't know if I could tip down that road.
But hold on. He was like, I was like, do you really want to go there? Because at that point he wasn't my boyfriend yet. He started off as, you know, and then we found love. I was like, do you really want to go there? And he was like, yeah, why not? I said, are you sure? And I just did my podcast with Richard Rothstein, who wrote The Color of Law. And that's a book about the history of residential segregation in the United States. So I just read the book, girl. So I had FDR policy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, all the New Deal policies that excluded Black people, all the housing policies for the veterans, Black people who fought in World War II. Most of the veterans who fought in World War II were able to get home loans, except the Black ones. Oh my God, girl, the policies, racial covenants in real estate. Real estate is a really good one. Obviously, redlining we all know about, but I didn't know about racial covenants before I read his book. I didn't know, like, there were so many nuances of like law. When we talk about structural racism, we're talking about laws. If you wanted to do new construction after World War II, you had to segregate. In the North, South, East, and West of the United States, if you had integrated housing, you could not get the loan. He cited an example of a place in housing apartment complex in California. The government found out there were Black people living there. Like, you're going to lose these funds if these Black people continue to live here. That is structural racism. That is the government saying that you must discriminate. And all the policies, and even when we had the Fair Housing Act in 1968, it wasn't retroactive. And so if we look at all the communities that were redlined, for example, unless those communities were gentrified, all the communities that were redlined and became slums, most of those communities are still ghettos. Most of those communities are still underserved and have not been poured into. like historically. So the history of that residential segregation that was systemic in this country, we still are experiencing it. And most schools are funded through real estate taxes. And there hasn't been any redress of all of that history of structural racism in this country.
Right.
So anyway, we went there. My thing is, I, as Laverne Cox, if you're gonna date me, I gotta be able to talk like this. I gotta be able to like
That's my
out
thing.
racism.
As long as you can handle this, we good.
I'm not dating a white man or any man where I can't be myself, right? And he's not gonna be able to hear me. And I was ready for him to be like, peace out after that conversation. He grabbed me, started hugging and kissing me, and we had some really good sex after that. So I was like, oh, he may be a keeper.
I have a question. I got a question, Laverne. I do. What do you say? Because I've asked Craig, I think I've asked you this. What do you say to white people that say, well, what do you want me to do? That I'm not my people.
I got my answer. What's yours, Laverne?
You can't make anybody do anything. What I would suggest for, honestly, it's not just white people. It's black people internalize racism too. I've internalized racism. What I would suggest for everybody in the United States, at least, and probably globally, because white supremacy is global, have you done the work to decolonize your mind? Have you critically interrogated the ways in which you've internalized the value systems of a culture that is anti-Black? This culture is deeply white supremacist and anti-Black. And I always say this, if I, a Black woman, Black trans woman from Mobile, Alabama, can internalize racist stereotypes about my own people and myself as a Black person, it's probably not only likely, it's probably certain that you as a white person have internalized the same racist white supremacist ideas about Black people. Have you done the work to interrogate that and unlearn that? That's what I would say too. And so it's like not just, and it's because it's not just about slavery and reparations, although I think there's a strong case for reparations anyway. We're not talking about that. But have you done the work to unlearn it? Have you decolonized your mind? Because we are all deeply colonized. When you think about, I think it was you guys were talking about somebody, and I always think about like the Black people who participate actively in white supremacy, and I think about all the Black folks, particularly Samuel Jackson's character in Django Unchained. Sam Jackson, just is the epitome of so many Black people who've internalized, it's almost like Stockholm Syndrome. They've internalized white supremacy so much that they see themselves in partnership with that white slave owner more than like anybody Black, that they will turn on anybody Black to gain favor with the master. I mean, it's like but that Sam Jackson character is like the most realized, brilliant character in that movie for me. And Sam Jackson is so brilliant. But that still is happening. If we haven't critically interrogated our relationship to Blackness, whiteness, then that's work that we all have to do as Black people, and certainly I think white people, if they're interested in being anti-racist, which has become kind of this term that people, at least in academia and mainstream journalism, have like been critical of. But I think that that's what I would say to white people. I would say that I've had to unlearn racism too. That this is work we all have to do if we're interested in liberating ourselves and then not perpetuating it. Because it's so unconscious, and that's why unconscious bias, we have to talk about unconscious bias. We all have it's unconscious. It's so deeply ingrained that we have to the space of coming to consciousness. And this is why a feminist critique is so important. Feminists talked about consciousness raising sessions in the 60s and 70s, consciousness raising, where we understood how we've been socialized and colonized by white supremacy, but sexism, that we have to have consciousness raising sections to understand. When I started reading bell hooks in college, I was like, shit, I hate myself because I'm Black. I've internalized transphobia. I've internalized classism. I've internalized racism. I've internalized all this shit, colorism. I've internalized all of it. And I'm deeply colonized. And that is it's painful. That work is painful. And this is the thing. And it's uncomfortable. It is deeply uncomfortable. And so most of us are not good sitting with discomfort, sitting with the deep ways in which we've internalized hatred of ourselves and each other, and maybe perpetuating that hatred on somebody else.
Yep.
That's hard. That's
Yep.
hard to admit. That's hard to sit with and say, oh, I could have harmed somebody. Ooh. And so we get defensive. The default in our nervous systems, we all go into fight, flight, or freeze, right? We are biologically hardwired. When a threat comes and we feel threatened, fight, flight, or freeze. Instead of sitting with that discomfort and, oh my God, I fucked up and I have to be accountable and I have to make it right. And what can I do? That shit's hard. That shit is hard because I've been there too many times.
So I saw a conversation where they were talking about conversations around white folks today and feeling like they shouldn't have to inherit the problems of their ancestors and what has happened as a result of slavery. And so the analogy was, well, if you were to purchase an old home before it was renovated, that old home comes with problems. And so even though you didn't build the house, you've now purchased the house and you're now benefiting from the house, the shelter,
the
land. All of the land. So it is your responsibility to now take care of it and fix it because you are a beneficiary of it. So for all of the white folks that are enjoying privilege because your family had money to pass down and your college education was paid for, or your family was able to invest in a small business for you, more than likely, those things were passed down generationally.
Absolutely.
So that's why when I sit here and I talk about the Henrietta Lacks, that story, her family should have been a beneficiary of Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore using that woman's cells, which has contributed to every major medical breakthrough in this country. They use that woman's cells without her permission. Same thing with something as simple as Jack Daniel's liquor. A slave came up with that formula. But
Beyonce is educated us about how much of country music was stolen from Black people.
That too.
Like it's endless in the United States. It's really endless. But it's just my only thing is I would just like include all of us in it and not just white people, you know, and privilege and having privilege doesn't make you a bad person. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. Being privileged just means there are things you don't have to worry about. I tell this story all the time. I was giving a talk many years at a university in South Carolina. There was a group of young people around a conference table and I went around and asked the young people who they were and what organizations they were with and whatnot. The head of the LGBTQ organization was to my left. And it was interesting. They had arranged themselves. They sat themselves. It was white to Asian to Latin to Black. We finally get over to the one Black kid in the room. He was like, I'm really frustrated with, because I'm in student government. I'm frustrated in student government because I feel like they make me choose my Blackness over my gayness. And I'm frustrated with the Black Student Union because I have to choose my Blackness over my gayness. And then I'm frustrated when I go to the LGBTQ group that I have to choose my gayness over my Blackness. And then I turned to the white head of the LGBTQ group and I said, what do you think about what he just said? And he said, I've never thought about it. And I'm like, that's privilege.
That is privilege.
That's privilege. He didn't have to. He wasn't a bad person. He just hadn't thought about it because he didn't have to. And that's all. That's what there's so many. I don't. So there's a lot of people when they're pulled over by police, they don't have to think about the things that
they don't. But I also am clear too that all communities enjoy privilege.
Absolutely.
There are trans women who enjoy privilege. You two are able to walk down the streets without getting bashed and beat up because you
pretty privilege. There's passing privilege for trans people. Passing is a problematic term, but I'll say cis assuming. Oh God, there's that word again.
Girl,
we can say it in relationship to trans people, cis assuming or whatever. That like, how do we? When the language is so deeply problematic, this is partly why we have to re-signify language or reclaim it, because like. Passing is deeply problematic language. I mean, obviously there's the racial passing. I'm like, I'm myself. I'm a woman. What do you mean? So, but cis assuming is actually more accurate. But anyway, but there are privileges. Education, for me, I think it's the ultimate privilege. I feel like my education has been my mother being a teacher and the education I got. and going to a boarding school for high school. I went to Alabama School of Fine Arts with mostly white kids. And I did not know at the time, but I was also getting an education on how to make white people comfortable. And I didn't think about this until years later when I was thinking about my Black trans sisters who weren't, I was like, why me? When all the lovely things started happening to me in my life, I was like, why me? And then I was looking at my sisters and I was just thinking about, then I started thinking about the way I talk. And I'm like, I'm not going to tell another trans person they need to talk this way and act this way and be respectable because that's tired and that's fucked up. And then I was just like, but this is who I am. But then I think a lot of how I grew up unconsciously to survive at the Alabama School of Fine Arts with mostly white kids from privileged backgrounds, I learned to navigate white spaces and to make white people comfortable, even though that I wasn't intentionally trying to do that. That's just something I kind of learned that has also been a privilege or skill that has served me really well in my career.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's real. And honestly, for me, one of the things I love many things about you, Maddie, but I love that most of your audience is Black. I love, no, for real, because it's emotional for me because I've had I love being Black. I'm proudly Black. But I feel like
you're aging so well because you're Black.
I'm sorry?
I said you're aging so well because you are Black.
Girl, speak. That's one of the best things. That is one of the best things. Melanin is amazing.
Yeah.
I love it, but I don't always feel the love from my Black community that I've gotten in the opportunities even that so many of the opportunities I've gotten have been from white folks and white women specifically. I've gotten, some Black folks have hired me here, here and there. But and then also I felt like there's also such thing as white famous. After I did I Want to Work for Diddy, I was Black famous. I Want to Work for Diddy was like a top 5 show in the Black community. Black people knew who I was, but I watched the difference between when I did I Want to Work for Diddy, we won a GLAAD award and I was writing and I was doing my thing. And obviously Orange is the New Black was a different thing. It was scripted. It wasn't reality. People disrespect reality shows, whatever. But Orange is the New Black is a show that white people watched. And so white famous is something that's very different.
Very much so.
So it's important to think critically and not for me, that all of that just puts things in perspective for me. I understand the levels of privilege. I'm deeply grateful for my life, but I'm so grateful for the T.S. Madisons. I'm grateful for all of the diverse trans folks and voices that we have out there right now. And it's just amazing that you are still you, Maddie, and people see you and love you. And I was watching the Drag Race finale. There's all of these wonderful spaces. I'm listening to Renaissance. And it's just so beautiful to see the world understand. You've always been a superstar since New Weave, 22 inches.
Yeah, you say that. You always say that.
But you always have it. Some people are superstars. So, I think, and you can't, and at the end of the day, everybody just doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And you've always had it. And and that it comes from God, and nobody can take that away.
Yes.
It's just nobody can take that away from you.
I want to ask you this, Laverne. Do you feel that the Black community has, because I see you get emotional in a space. Do you feel that the Black community has othered you too? We already othered because we trans, but you particularly because you are a big star. And you're a big Hollywood star. Do you think that Black people othered you?
I don't want to talk about Black people as a monolith, right? Because I have had so much incredible support from so many Black people who see me and love me and who've poured into me throughout my life, throughout my career. So I don't want to generalize. I think I remember when I did Jason Lee's show and I had reached out when my Barbie doll. When my Barbie came out, I was I remember talking to my publicist. I was I just want to go on the Breakfast Club and I want to go on Joe Rogan's show and just talk and be a human being about my Barbie and just be me, And we reached out to the Breakfast Club and didn't get a response. I told this to Jason Lee. He texted Charlamagne. Charlamagne said, I'd love to have you on. And we did the Breakfast Club, right? And the only reason I wanted to do the Breakfast Club is because of you. Because before you, I wouldn't have. What you did I don't know if you've been on there multiple times. That first interview,
just once.
So that one interview, I thought broke down so much and felt like a revelation, and it made me actually want to go into that space because I didn't think that was a safe space before you and all the groundwork I felt you laid in that space. And that was beautiful, Maddie. That was so beautiful.
Thank you, Laverne.
That was really beautiful. And I think most of us watching who are trans and who've been traumatized and just felt othered in that space in violent ways felt a healing that happened with that interview. And so that made me want to actually do the Breakfast Club. And that I was like, this is possible. Maddie, he's like, made it possible. So thank you for that. So reaching out I consume a lot of Black media. I consume Black media. I love Black people. And I'm not often asked to be in those spaces, but sometimes I've realized that like I need to take the initiative to go, to reach out and say, let's go into this space. Let's do this.
Come on. Listen, you always welcome to come on because we definitely Black media over here in this motherfucker and we gets it in. But I want to tell you, I've told this story when I get interviewed about stuff, how my coming about became, and when I came on your podcast, the Laverne Cox Show, and we actually talked about it. I told Laverne, I said, sister, what you didn't know was, and it's not her fault at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this is a lot of burden that she had to bear.
Come on.
By being the first.
Come on.
By being the first and being the one that is educated and being the one that's put out in the masses and being the one that sat on everything, on all the couches and very well and very poised, very articulate, all the things. And then you have, other girls that come through that want to emulate that.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have a T.S. Madison who like, bitch, I'm T.S. motherfucker Madison, da 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 da. And I remember sitting on your podcast, and I remember I said to you, I said, Laverne, what you didn't know was like because I want to say this because coming up is your 10-year anniversary for you being on the Time magazine. Your 10-year anniversary of you being on the Time magazine is round about my 10-year anniversary from it being exposed on Vine. And what was so crazy that Laverne's Time magazine said the
transgender tipping point.
Tipping point.
Mm-hmm.
There was articles that came out about how great Laverne was.
Mm-hmm.
And when I emerged on the scene naked at the door, all the stuff, there were articles talking about how detrimental I was to the community. And we talked about this on the show. And I said that, a lot of girls have lived in the shadow or had to, or the media tries to make us all have to live up. You all got to be Laverne.
They pit us against each other. I mean, I think that's the reality is that trans women are pitted against each other. Women, period, are pitted against each other. I try my hardest not to play into any of that with other Black women, whether they're trans or not. That's not my game.
Let me add this, because
I'm not just gonna rock with anybody. I love you, Maddie, because I
love you too. Yes,
Black excellence. There's different kinds of Black excellence, and you are giving Black excellence and truth and humor, and you're so funny. And I can listen to your stories you're a superstar. Like you're just that.
But here's the thing: when you were on Time magazine and you were exploding on Vine magazine,
Vine.
I'm sorry, I said Vine.
I was just on the internet.
Vine. Sorry, but there was a purpose for both of you where you were.
At the same
time,
there
were trans people who were gonna be able to see you and see you as reachable, and there were trans women who saw you and saw you as reachable.
Yes.
You know what else was happening while you were on Time magazine? There were trans girls who were tearing you up because you didn't present trans the way that they thought you should.
Oh, girl,
and the same for
tagging me on Facebook.
Wait a minute, let me say this.
Tagging me, girl. I was like,
right, but the point is, there's room for everybody, and you don't get to tell people how to follow their dream.
Yes.
You don't get to tell people where to take their dream.
Yes. And I'm so glad that we get the opportunity to share space with each other, not just on here, in other platforms and just in the world and us. And now the conversation has shifted to, the importance of both of these women being faces in our community, you know. And you know, for a while, like if I hadn't had a strong back or strong thing, yeah, you get to points where you be like, bitch, I'm not Laverne. You have to say that, you know, like, bitch, I'm not Laverne.
Right.
Laverne, if I
Right.
had to call anyone down to the White House, I'm calling Laverne.
Right.
If I had to call anybody down to fight politically for us and to fight in a place that has research and understand this the whole trans stuff, I'm going to put my ballot in and my vote in for Laverne to go down there and do that. You know, I know my strengths and I know my weaknesses. You know, I know my audience. There have been times that I sit back and I've listened to a lot of things that Laverne has said, and because I didn't see it from that way, I was like, oh shit, I got it.
Right.
I ain't catch it from that way. You know what I'm saying? I got it now. Like, you know, and then when we had our time to, like, that podcast did a lot for me, sitting down and like, you know, because people never ask you, because no one never asked you. People never ask you, how does it make you feel when people are doing that? Because I felt othered from the community for a while, othered. And in this whole conversation, and I want to bring it back to the Breakfast Club and all that other time. In this conversation, when I watched Flame go on the Breakfast Club and stuff like that, and she talked about her experience with the community and her talk, I feel that Flame feels that she's also been othered. You know what I'm saying?
I think she feels that too. I think she feels that
she's been othered. And I think that sometimes, and Flame, if you're watching this, I'm not digging, jabbing, I'm not saying. I feel that sometimes, because Craig, we've talked about this too, sometimes we can take some of those othered feelings and work off of them and you know, and have harbored feelings in ways like, well, bitch, fuck y'all. Since y'all ain't gonna do this, I'm gonna do this. And you know what I'm saying?
Hurt people. And sometimes it's easier to lash out and be angry than to, like, because anger is a secondary emotion. Underneath the anger, what's there? Often hurt, disappointment, grief, all sorts of things. And it has been the most painful for me when my community, because they've called me out too, it has been the most painful when other trans people have called me out and said, that's not it. That has been the most hurtful for me, like in my spirit. It's just like, because I love trans people. I do. I don't want to disappoint my community. I don't want them to, but you know, I'm human. It's going to happen, but that has been the most hurtful. So I imagine, I know Flame identifies in a lot of different ways, but I can imagine it being really hurtful.
Yes. I do feel that it's hurtful for her, because it was definitely hurtful, you know, for me in a space, because I'm like, damn, y'all trying to make me live up to a Laverne, and I can't live up to Laverne because I'm a T.S. Madison. That's just what it is. And no one ever asks you, you know, when you're in those, when you're a public figure and you're in those spaces, nobody asks you. And so I could only imagine, you know, because of course you received a lot of disdain from people like, well, why is she there? Or you know, she's not whatever, you know, and you have to live with that. And you can't respond. Me, I'm over here from the place, bitch, fuck y'all pussy, you know what I'm saying? And then it's just like, then I can't respond no more either, because now I'm getting in spaces. It's like, oh, then you get to a space where you start understanding like why things are silent sometimes.
Yes. And so again, with some of the trans people or some of the people who were down in the comments over there on the Gay Magazine, because I don't agree with you or you don't agree with me, all of a sudden I'm all of these things, I'm all of these names. So it's just like, how do you reconcile that? But for this comment right here, I just want to say, I don't use my vocabulary or my degree to make anybody feel inferior. I just use my degree and I just use my words. I'm not using my words to pontificate. I'm just speaking.
Wait, what is that, Alexa? What is pontificate?
I was waiting for the Alexa moment.
It's a noun to refer to the office of a pontiff, or it can be used as a verb to refer to the act of performing the duties of a pontiff. In either case, the context usually implies the position's significance and authority.
It just means to talk over people's heads.
Okay.
I'm not trying to talk over anybody's head. But again, it goes back to what I was saying before. I think people are either intimidated by you or inspired because of you.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to speak over anybody's head. I'm just speaking. I'm not going to shrink.
Well, I just wanted you to know, because we don't come down to the end. I wanted to thank you for coming on here and just having a good time with us, bitch. Like what we had with our night out, which we got
That
to
was
do.
even more raw, honey. I love you so much.
Which we got to do again and again and again. We
have to be in the same city. I'm mostly in New York, but my life is crazy.
Yeah, I know you have a lot of things coming up, Laverne. Can you tell us what you got going on? What you got going on?
Like I literally have shot a television show. I don't know when it's coming out for Amazon Freebie called Clean Slate with Norman Lear, the late great Norman Lear. EP'd with us. He just passed away. I have a movie.
Did?
He passed away last year.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But how wonderful it was to work with him. I don't know when that show's coming out. Amazon Freebie. I did have a movie called Uglies that we shot years ago. Don't know when that's coming out. I have to do. They've been doing reshoots. I have a movie called Outcome that I just shot with Keanu Reeves. Have no idea when that's coming out.
With Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves, directed by Jonah Hill. We just
Yum.
shot it in LA. Yeah, I gagged. I love Keanu Reeves. It was like very surreal. I've been a fan forever. Neo, bitch. I did a movie with Neo.
Yes, yes, it's yum.
Gosh, what's happening? There's some stuff happening that I can't talk about yet too. So I mean, just follow me on social media. I'll let you know what the tea is.
And please let them know when Clean Slate second season come. I will be joining Clean Slate.
Oh my God, the guest stars. We had some fun guest stars.
I was supposed to be on Clean Slate season 1, but our schedule just couldn't.
We reached
do
out.
it. I was like,
hopefully there'll be a season 2. I'm just grateful to be working, and I'm so grateful that you're out there doing your thing, and that what I would say to all the trans folks out there who may be watching, be you. I think don't try to be Laverne or don't try to be Maddie, be you.
Yeah.
You have emerged unapologetically Maddie, but also I think too, there's something about a connection to something bigger than you. When I see you, when I watched the T.S. Madison experience on We, and just every moment I've seen on your lives, just with your mother, Miss Mary is just such a gift. She's hilarious. She's wonderful. But the love there and the spirituality that's there, that there's something, I think that I'm not a religious person, but I am a spiritual person. I always say I left the church, but I never left God. Every time I believe, even when you're cussing a motherfucker out, a pussy asshole out, there is something you're doing it in the spirit.
Yeah.
There is something that is connected to an energy that is bigger than you.
Yeah.
That's when the universe is aligned because you have stayed connected to that energy that's bigger than you, that comes from Miss Mary, that comes from the church.
Yeah.
The church can be oppressive, and I don't want to deny the oppressiveness of it, but the church the spiritual, a hymn, girl, just the God. There's something about the gospel that just can lift a girl up. It's an oppressive institution. I don't subscribe to it, but what I would say is that in the spirit, be yourself.
Yeah.
In the spirit, and be more of yourself. And I think and then the universe will align if it's connected to service and something bigger than you. And for you, Maddie, it's bigger than you because it's I know we need to go, but even the way I rewatched the video, I've seen it already, but it popped up on my feed again when you were talking about Nikita Dragon. But then you went into your stories about being in jail in Dade County. There was just the history. I mean, we talk a lot in the trans community about oral histories and how important they've been historically, what the girls passed down. There's so many videos, some are still up, of so many oral histories you shared about doing sex work, just about trade, just about living your life, that are so valuable, that actually do serve a purpose of that girl out there, even someone who luckily I've never been to jail, but we see ourselves
Yes.
See ourselves in you. There's so many girls who need those stories, who need to understand that they're not alone and that you've been of service the whole time. New Weave 22 Inches, yes, was of service. Because especially, and I don't want to say in opposition, especially when there's like this respectable Black person, Black trans girl on the cover of Time magazine, that is service for the girls who are like, I'll never be that, but I can be this.
Right.
And I can make a business out of it. I can own my intellectual property.
Yeah.
I can buy not one home, but 2 homes.
Yes, 2.
With a wig, with high windows.
Yes, God. What is Greg?
All the things. that you can have. You can. There's a lot of different ways to get there. There's a lot of different ways to get there, and it's of service, and it is, and you are necessary. And so I think that is the thing that, like, what does it mean to be of service and be bigger than, it's bigger than you, it's bigger than me.
Yeah.
It's bigger than us.
Yeah. I love you, Laverne.
I love you too.
You are always welcome to come. Anytime you want to come cut up with the girls, anytime you here in Atlanta and I'm home, you know, we prize our private time. You know what I'm saying?
I need to get down there. I mean, I'm trying to get to see my mother in Alabama. So there's a lot of, we will work it out. We'll make it happen.
Yes.
I love you so much.
Come put that bathing suit in the pool. Come on, swim.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And your birthday's coming up when?
May 29th. I will be 52 years old. I don't know.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Like a little, oh God. I'm old.
Craig's birthday's coming up May
4th. It's coming Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's right. Happy early birthday, Craig.
Thank you.
Good to
Happy
meet you
birthday.
virtually, Craig. It's lovely to meet you.
You too.
I love your interaction, your chemistry, and I'm watching. So
thank you. Thank you.
Y'all make sure y'all follow Laverne. Follow Laverne on Instagram at Laverne Cox. Follow her on Facebook, Laverne Cox. Follow her on Twitter, Laverne fucking Cox, honey. Follow Laverne.
All the things.
Laverne Cox, all the things. Make sure you do that. Make sure you do that. And please make sure y'all go over into Laverne's comments today and tell her how much y'all enjoyed her coming on the show on the Maddie in the Morning Fig Talk section, honey. We had a good day. Mo, Mo, she know who you is, Mo.
Hi, Mo. I'm obsessed with the off-camera Mo interaction, the age shaming, the African. You walk the line really nicely with his Africanness. That other day you were talking, you were like, "How would you say it, Mo?" In Africa? That was so funny.
How would you say it, Mo?
What do you need me to say?
Thank you.
Thank you. Or shit.
It ain't Dunkel.
What's We're gonna have to work on your accent.
We ain't gotta work on mine.
You gotta work on your accent.
We gotta work on my motherfucking accent.
We definitely have to work on your accent.
My accent is down. Listen, I walked into a dinner of Africans last week.
To do what?
Talk.
Talk about what?
Sometimes it doesn't. You don't have to say anything. You just need to walk in the right outfit, honey. Because that African who used to live on my block, honey, we didn't talk that.
Yes,
much.
ma'am, honey.
Listen, a friend of mine said to me the other day, if you want them to know you're serving steak, you got to come in sizzling.
Listen, honey, I was eating fufu all night.
Ow.
If you want them to know you're serving steak, you got to come in sizzling.
Can I tell you? Okay, so the African guy, this is years ago. He used to. So I know this. He lived when I lived on 75th Street, which is a block away from the Beacon Theater. One day I was walking past the Beacon Theater going home. He was standing outside the African, and I was like, "Hey, what you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I work here." And I was like, "Oh, work." And it was the Beacon Theater. Do you know the Beacon Theater in New York? This beautiful theater on on Broadway between 74th and 75th. And he was like, "You look good today, love." Girl, we went into the empty Beacon Theater, into the balcony, and you had fufu. Why am I telling all my business? You make me want to tell my business.
Listen, you compliment. Listen, you didn't go in there.
This is how with my girls. We have the
That's
thing.
what we do.
I've lived. Laverne has lived, honey. Yes. And the balcony, the Beacon Theater is so beautiful. When you're in the balcony, getting turned, girl.
Dude, I had you an African man. My son works.
I've had many African men. I've had many. Girl, I lived in New York. I live in New York. This is the melting pot. Everything is here. I've had many African men. I've had Puerto Ricans. I've had Dominicans. I've had Jordanian, Israeli, South American, Colombian. Girl, what nationality do you want? I haven't been with an Eskimo. Yeah, haven't done an Eskimo.
I've had them all too, sister. Listen, so I know.
But at least you made some money from it, girl. You
Well,
got
I did. Well, you asked me if I had an Eskimo Mo. Yeah. I've had a Eska, not a Mo yet. My son works.
Yes, I used to be, a loose woman, but it's good because I've lived and I can use that for my art. I can connect to everyday people because I fucked all over the world.
It's okay, Laverne. Craig has been a loose woman too.
But everything is tight. Let's not get into everything is still very tight and still very right.
Well, listen, I respect that, but I like a man that don't have to do all that work, and honey. So come on, open me up.
Okay.
Don't fall in, but just tap a little bit and go. I can ooh. Ooh. Oh my God. All right, baby, you in? Oh shit.
Really, Maddie?
Ooh.
Really? That's what you be expecting?
You know how, yeah. You know when you get on a roller coaster and it jerk when it first you in, it's like, oh.
Right.
And then it take off. That's what I like. I don't like all that. I'm like, oh.
No, anyway, girl. I have to take control. What I found is, especially when, like my boyfriend, I have to take control of the first part of the session so that I'm not,
Yeah, we got it. And the African over there, he got it too. He knows.
I literally am like, okay, it's good. Daddy, you can give me the full weight, but I have to be ready for the full weight of.
So you say daddy too?
Only when inspired. Only when it's right. He has to earn it. Like I'm not just saying daddy to anybody. He has to make me say it. He has to make me say it.
I do not. I'm called daddy.
Oh,
well, all right. Okay, Craig.
I've told y'all before.
He's like, I'm a top. He's like, I'm a top. This is what he's letting the children know.
I've told y'all before, honey. I've been called Miss Daddy. Miss Daddy.
Oh my God.
Miss Daddy.
You're best.
Listen,
Iconic.
I love you, Laverne.
Miss Daddy's iconic. Is that the name of your memoir? Call me Miss Dad. I've been
called
Miss
Miss
Daddy.
Daddy.
I've been called Miss Daddy.
I've been called Miss Daddy. Actually, Miss Tim.
I thought it was Miss Tennessee.
It's that too.
Okay.
It's Madam Tim if you're nasty.
That needs to be. Is that a TikTok yet? Is that like an X?
I don't know. It might be, girl. Them
clip that and see how she does on TikTok. Clip that little section. I've been called.
All right, y'all. Listen, make sure y'all follow Laverne. Laverne, that's my dog. So just in case y'all didn't know, bitch, you know now. Girl, just because y'all don't see us talking every fucking day, you don't mean that we don't talk and shit like that. I'm real private, bitch. I'm telling you, we had a good private night.
Amen.
Private.
Yep. And many more to come. And many more to come. I love you.
I love
Have a
you.
beautiful night.
All right, baby.
Send my love to Miss Mary.
I am. All right, baby.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my God, it was so good to have Laverne come on today.
Yeah.
Bitch. So we gonna listen. So the other stuff that we're gonna talk about, we're gonna move that to another day. Greg,
Girl.
what you doing tomorrow?
I was just gonna say we might need to come over here because we didn't get to none of the stuff.
It's okay. Bitch, Laverne, it's not. Bitch,
No, that was fine.
That was sickening.
That was.
Because
What I'm saying is,
it's not always that we have an A-list celebrity come through.
Correct.
Because that is definitely an A-list woman.
Correct.
Be ye not dismayed.
Correct.
So we just had an A-list girl come sit up over here
Right.
on Fair Talk.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you after the cameras went off, but since we're here, but no, I can do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you want to do it
That's
tomorrow.
we had it. It'll probably be in the evening after.
Yeah,
Because I'm going to get a vitamin drip and all that type of stuff.
Right.
Because I'm
And
trying
I
to
need
get
to pack.
Like what, 6?
Yeah, it's gonna be. We're gonna have a night. We're gonna have a night Fiat tour.
That's
y'all,
fine.
y'all hear that, y'all?
Yeah,
Evening.
because I got some stuff I got to do tomorrow.
It's gonna be at night
Yeah,
Me
it's
too.
gonna be tomorrow night.
tonight. I mean tomorrow night.
Well, but before we go, you did say you wanted to give Disney a shout out.
No, we'll talk about that later. Simba.
Oh,
Simba. Mo, you look so cute with your hair pulled up like that. I'm so glad you listened to me. You went to the show with your hair pulled up like that. Mo, you don't get offended if I tell you cute, do you?
no.
You know, because you know you look so cute with your hair up like that. Don't let Craig tell you that because he'll try to eat your ass.
Why you being messy?
Don't do that. Don't
Why you being
Don't let
messy?
Craig tell you. Just only me.
Who, girl?
Only me. I'm the only woman in this room.
This shirt is available at fagtalk.com. They're asking for this shirt. It's on fagtalk.com.
Don't let these men start complimenting you because they start trying to eat ass. I don't eat ass.
I mean, he is wearing his hair up.
He is. He looks cute with his hair like that. Y'all saw him at the show.
I appreciate
Speaking of the motherfucking show, make sure y'all get y'all tickets because May
22nd.
May 22nd. He had to leave. Thank you for having my Thank you. Thank you. May 22nd, the girls will be loud, live, and in color back at the motherfucking
City Winery.
I'm glad you guys stuck around. I see a lot of you have a newfound love and a newfound respect for Laverne. Bitch, I'm so glad.
I saw that.
I watched a lot of y'all say, oh my God, I gained a new thing. Listen, you don't even understand how people occupy certain space. Everybody ain't gonna be reckless like Tia's man. Y'all know Tia's master reckless.
Yep.
But she can't be that way, you know. I offer her a safe space to come over here and have her a little reckless fun and a little cut up kiki over here and shit like that. But you know, y'all don't know. Like, you know, y'all don't know how the girls chop it up and have their moments. Listen, when I get to a space, I'm still gonna be T.S. Madison.
I was about to say.
Oh yeah,
I was about to say. I thought you were about to say, no.
Bitch, I'm be reckless everywhere. I'm Jennifer Lewis, bitch. I'm gonna be reckless everywhere I go because I don't see Jennifer Lewis carry in every space. I'd be like, Lord have mercy, Jennifer. No, yes, right. Yes. I'm like, girl. Bitch, did you have a good time today, Greg?
I did. I enjoyed this. It was nice hearing her perspective.
Yeah. And I'm glad that we were able to talk, and I was glad that we were able to get to talk about things because I know there were certain things that you wanted to talk about. But I was glad that we were able to talk, get certain things out as far as a community perspective.
Right.
Come through, get educated, you know, because now I see things from the perspective of you know, that there is not enough trans people in sports, and but I still do feel like that even though I did see it, you know, I understand it. When we get the ability to have our own, I would like for us to have a league of our own. I would like that.
I was just looking down because this is about to die. Where's the
Well,
is that it?
It wasn't all the way in.
Oh.
Wait, don't look at me.
And then, you know, I just think that also, you know, like how you've taken your stance on cis, and you said, I'm just going to lay it down. I'm not talking about the them and they no more.
I laid that cis shit down.
And I'm laying the them and they down. You all understand you heard my stance, whether you understand it or not is a different conversation. But I'm laying that down. You know my perspective, and that's it. There's no need to talk about it anymore.
Now, there will be times.
Well, I'm going to let you have that.
There will be times that some they and them is going to pop up.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. And I'm just going to let you have it.
Well, you know, my stance on is there is ways that I can talk about them and respect the way that they would like to be respected and still also call them by their name if I know their name. However, if I don't know their name, I will still be able to use they and them in the conversation because they and them is not difficult for me. And that's just the way that I feel about they and them.
Well, I just feel like if I adopt they and them, then y'all gonna come with something else. Then I now got to learn that.
Well, I mean, they did that already. Like, because you didn't see the thing of the season of the girl. No, you meant this, but that's what you meant. Some more fag shit.
Some more of this fag shit.
Greg, they say just use y'all.
I mean, y'all came in here with y'all things,
right? Did y'all? Now I can do y'all. What y'all doing?
What y'all doing in here? Y'all. Bitch, y'all look good in that thing y'all got on.
Excuse me,
girl,
y'all. Seth.
No.
Seth.
No.
Seth.
Here she goes. She done found the comment.
Oh, wait,
the girl done found the comment.
Put it back up there.
Here she goes.
Seth.
That girl done found the comment.
Find Seth.
That girl done found the comment.
Find Seth. I had Seth's comment up there.
Right here.
Hit it. There he is, right there. Seth.
I feel insulted by that comment.
Why are you feeling insulted?
Read the comment.
Are you mad because they say Craig sound like a straight man?
No, they say
Are you mad that the octaves in his voice sounds like a straight man?
No, I'm saying because
Seth.
it sounds like you say straight men sound pathetic.
Correct.
That's what it sounds like.
So Seth, not too much, because I don't have to pull you together and then block
there
you.
Are
and
some,
then you'll be creating a new screen name someplace else so that you can see the show.
There are some straight men that do sound pathetic.
Okay, I won't disagree with you. I won't disagree with you on that.
There are some straight men that do sound pathetic.
I won't disagree with you on that. But next time, put so.
And Blue Skies, I see you down here too, agreeing with Seth.
Craig, this is not.
You also will be looking for a new home to watch the show.
There she goes.
Keep it up.
There she goes.
Now, I respect healthy discourse, but if you don't know how to use your words, then I suggest you find someplace else to play. Negro, I don't interrupt when you be tearing the children up.
Okay, well, let me stop. Go ahead and get you a few more, girl. Get you a few more, girl, before we leave.
No.
Get you a few more, girl. Let me slide her.
No,
get you a few more, girl.
Yeah, I think that was the only one, man.
That was it?
It's okay.
Okay, girl. Get you a few more, girl. Girl, you wanted a few more, girl?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You sure? Because I really did. Listen, and I wasn't trying to, and I ain't even want Laverne to see me go in that space like that.
But you can't help it.
But I had told that but I wasn't even trying to tear them up. I just am tired of y'all trying to make it seem like that I did not try. I did my. If y'all know Maddie, y'all know Maddie went all out of her way not to disrespect that girl. Maddie went all out of her way not to say anything. I'm talking about just.
Yeah.
Right.
I went all out of my way. I have not misgendered her by calling her a man. I did not say Jess is a man. Jess looks like a man. I have never said any of that. I don't like the way, if you don't take my exact words, and say exactly what I said. Don't go to say, well, I'm reading into it and it sounds like this. No, I said what I said.
That line was iconic.
Bitch.
If she don't say nothing else, she said that.
I said what I said. Because if I wanted to say anything else, I would have said that. Because ain't nobody gonna whoop me about what I said.
I love you too, Blue Skies. But listen, we gotta go. We're gonna see y'all tomorrow evening.
Yes, it's gonna be after 3 because I got to do my vitamin.
No, we already said it's gonna be about 6, 7 p.m.
Oh my God! So we doing a 10 o'clock show at night?
Pretty much.
We gonna have to.
Is it because you're leaving to go out of town for your birthday for a week and we not gonna be able to do no show and they just getting straight Maddie in the morning with me and Mo?
Yes.
For the week, because then I got a week of filming next week.
Yes.
And so then we won't be able to do the show at all.
No. We'll be able to do the work. We'll be able to work.
Not if you working.
No, from the 1st to the 5th. I work from the 6th to the 10th.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
In Atlanta, and then I'll be out of Atlanta from after those days. I have a busy May.
So y'all make sure y'all get those tickets for the May show because we won't be here to push shows out and remind you guys to get the tickets.
Yeah,
but
right. I have a busy May starting on the 6th. Now I can work from the 1st through the 5th.
Oh, okay.
And that's it.
And that's all.
And that's it. That's all.
Well, that's only a couple of days.
Well, honey, listen, you'll still get paid whether you hear it, whether
you're right, but
you'll still get
But
paid.
you know I still enjoy coming to work, though.
You'll still get paid.
Well, I still enjoy coming to work.
Act like that you're not on salary.
I didn't say that.
You're on salary.
That's not what I said.
You're on salary, honey.
You're right. $40 a week.
You make a good $40 a week. Boy.
You're right.
I mean, you show up for it.
You're right.
You know.
You're right.
Shit. All right, y'all. We gone. We love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Y'all make sure y'all, bitch, don't meet me here. Beat me here. Here. All right. We're going to have to make another thumbnail. Trent. Yo, Trent.
Why are you calling him like you his mama?
Trent. We going to need another thumbnail. Just put a thumbnail. Me, Craig, and Laverne. Trent. Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Hey everybody, this is T.S. Madison, and if you are trying to grow your business, brand, or product, why not advertise with me? Email me at booktsmadison@gmail.com so that you can get in on our comprehensive advertisement packages. Unique visits, unique subscribers, honey, a broad demographic. Advertise with me today. Quit talking and listen. Get over to my Patreon right now so that you can receive some exclusive content from the TS herself. Who you said? The TS. Patreon is filled with one-on-ones, exclusive content, behind the scenes. You can even chat with me in there, me and you. It's just me and you. So get to www.patreon.com/TS Madison Hinton, and you'll be glad you did. I promise.
The views and opinions expressed on this program, is just that. Views and opinions. Don't take any of it serious. But I will warn you, viewer discretion is advised.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some fact talk. You met me as me. Yes.
Yes! Bro, this hair looks delicious on you. Yes!
This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J.
Yes!
Do you have what it takes to be a fag?
Oh, honey, you know you do. We all do. I'm most definitely a popular, hot-ass gossiper. Oh, honey, I was born a fag. And so are you.
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your pardon.
I'm rich.
Say it again.
I am rich.
You're what?
That's right, girl.
P-H-A-G. Popular, hot-ass gossiper.
Hey, that's right.
Yes. I mean, sister.
Yes.
Yes. And that's spelled P-H-A-G. Not the other one. But that counts. Girl, what is this, plum burgundy or what?
This is 99J. 99J.
Yes!
Thank you. You met me as me.
Yes.
Yes! Bro, this hair looks delicious on you. Yes!
This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J. This 99J.
Yes! Girl, what is this, plum burgundy or what?
This is 99J. 99J.
Yes! Bro, this is sexy hair.
Thank you. I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your
I'm rich.
I'm sorry.
I'm rich. And so
I beg your pardon.
I'm rich.
Say it again.
I am rich.
You're what?
I bought it home. They were in their apartment. They were renting their apartment.
Yes! 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 Yes!
And stop worrying about
The faggots!
right. Shit.
We ain't going nowhere! My God, today.
You ain't gonna have no other choice but to see me because I'm in everything.
There it is
you ain't
right
gonna have
there.
no other choice but to see me because I'm in everything and everywhere. I'm in film, television, streaming, music, bitch, and pornography. Bye.